questions, ignore the facts. I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist. It's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me. It's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this: who the fuck are you? And who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all His prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half mast. Hard to live in the mood so fast, and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions, but where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the balance. I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die when happiness is in short supply? They hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply.
What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing tonight? I'm sharing it out everywhere right now, and I'll be right with you guys. I'll turn the timer on. There we go. 7 minutes. Let's go. Invite all your friends. Let's get it started.
Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take 2 steps forward and I take 3 steps back. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief.
God damn it! I need a new keyboard. My M randomly quits working when I'm trying to type stuff. So if you see something I put up and it's missing a bunch a bunch of M's in it, or every other M or whatever, it just randomly quits working.
Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt.
Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. We'll get started in just a minute.
We're always seeking out a shortcut and in the further back. See me playing catch up in the days of sin, wonder are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggest that you just keep it zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm.
Sending out a bunch of invite links right now that were requested. Hold on just a second.
There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucker.
Alright guys, we're all caught up for now.
Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse.
What's up everybody? Welcome.
Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose with me. Lose your mind with me. With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back. I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives,
Welcome to season 2. This is the camper strain.
Hey, motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Dip black, fetish shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back, got a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. I'm drama free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to working. Goddamn, I can feel the change. Side of the coin, I'm paranoid. On the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply.
Maybe he just had to go real bad. He put his hands up when he first saw the cops. Then he went by me and kind of stared, shook his head, then waved. I waved back. Then I yelled out, "I love you." He wasn't a fan of that. Oh, Scotty Illuminati. Scooting the big boot. Oh, welcome, E.T. All right, right here, real quick in this last minute. I want to say this right quick since we got a lot of new people. I know I've said this before. If you've heard it before, just listen again. I try to cover people that I feel are profiting through lies or disinformation or false hope or whatever it may be. There's going to come a time, and there's already come times before in my chat, where I'll probably cover a guy that is your guy. That's the guy that you like. That's the guy that you thought you trusted and followed and all this stuff, right? That's fine. I don't want to fight about it. I don't want you to report on my shit. You can leave. You can hang out, wait on the next show, whatever. I try to cover everybody as equally as possible, depending on how stupid they act. I try to show receipts every time I do it, but we've had before the cases where, like, it was a real hard pill to swallow when I covered Lynn Wood for a lot of people, me included, and General Flynn, and some of the things that they had done. But we had some people kind of go off the deep end, and they wanted to mass report, and they wanted to form other groups to try to take me down and stuff. You can just wait till the next episode. I'll cover somebody else. Don't worry about it. Like, I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to, I'm not going to allow you to disrupt my group or whatever. I welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us. I do appreciate it. But like I said, I try to cover everybody equally, and I try to always have the receipts to where even if you don't agree with my opinion, you can at least see the proof that's set in there. So again, thank you guys for joining us. I appreciate all the new people here. Thank you. Let's go ahead and get started.
Hey. Hey.
Teach me how to ducky.
Hey.
Baby like.
What?
Will you teach me how to ducky? You know why? 'Cause all my bitches love me. All I need is a beat that's super bumping. And for you, to back it up and dump it.
Pump it out.
Put your arms out front, clean side to side. They gon' be on you when they see you hit that Dougie, right?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody fucking with my bro from Morningside. He go by Bubba and he hits the dance with thunder.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my Dougie. Break it down.
Pump it out.
你好吗？你好吗？真长你好高兴，这真快乐，没过来，没过来。
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
I ain't from Dallas but I deep town boogie. I show my moves off now if buddy trying to do me. I lead our functions and all the ladies trying to screw me. Now you just do you and I'ma do me.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
Word.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my dummy.
This is a really hard job. Literally.
Ooh, that's disgusting. Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. That was a remix by BT. That's Teach Me How to Dougie featuring the Frogettes. That's Doe, Jeffrey Jeff, and Mark Panane. Thank you for joining us tonight. I appreciate you guys coming out. We had some new fans that joined after the Phil stuff. Thank you for joining that. I'm still expecting probably some falling out from there. I haven't got it yet, but I'm sure somebody's going to show on my video. But thank you for joining us. One thing I didn't mention when we first started doing the intro thing, and I kind of talked to you guys. My kids also, I got 2 kids. They also have a segment on my show. It's kind of been shortened because we're not in our home right now. We're living in a camper trying to find another home. We had an issue with that, but they have a segment. Just when my kids are on, I get really defensive. Just be respectful or just mute it for a while if you don't like it. But they both have. We have Not News, which is my youngest son Oliver. Ollie is what we call him, and my oldest son Liam has a segment called Game Train that I pull out and upload on his own channel. It's about video games because that's what he's interested in. But thank you guys for joining us. I am Will Bard. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Before we get started, make sure no matter where you're at, if you're on Facebook or YouTube, that you like the video. If you're on Facebook, like the video, like the page. Make sure you're following the page and getting the posts and notifications when they come out. If you're on YouTube, subscribe to the page, like the video, leave a comment later on. You have to close live chat on your phone if you want to like the video now. I would appreciate it. We also got backup channel CBC Media. But no matter what happens, if for some reason I don't show up here and you haven't contacted me and I'm not said I'm running late or something, or taking the night off, you can go to coldbeer.live. You can type that in. Instead of going to google.com, go to coldbeer.live, and it'll bring you to wherever I am for the show. I have it redirected to whatever channel I'm on, whatever I'm not banned from that day. So you guys can check that out. Check out the backup channel. Thank you for joining us. If you want to go above and beyond, the bot will tell you how. There is a cultclub.com that is redirects to our donation link. There's buymeacoffee.com/cold beer, and there is also GoFundMe. Oh, we got a GoFundMe going on. So if you want to donate to any of those, you're more than welcome to. If you don't. I appreciate it. And I think that's about it. I guess we're ready to get started. If you're wondering what the graphic is up on the background, we're talking about Scotty Illuminati today. We caught him here in his thing, and he was making some secretive hand signals the other day. I don't know if anybody saw that. It was very strange. But he did. I put this on Twitter just because I thought it was funny. Let me grab it right quick. Just because I thought it was funny. He was actually describing something. I'm not trying to lie and make him out to be something he wasn't. He was actually describing what the Illuminati thing looked like, but he made this symbol, and I know people are always jonesing to catch people with hand signals and shit. He put up the Illuminati triangle, and he said, the Illuminati thing's like this, and he did it, and I snapped it, because people are always telling me, like, you made the okay hand signal, that means you're a Satanist, and you made this, and you did that. Get the fuck out of here. I very rarely talk with my hands, but when I'm trying to explain something, I don't know what they're doing. They're just flopping around. Who knows what they're doing? But before we get started on that, we have a couple corrections to make. So, a couple correction and some more receipts, I would say. So, I was having trouble pulling up the original file for the receipts I had the other day, because I was trying to get them from my corrupted drive, my drive that went down. That didn't work. And then I tried to go get them from the Scranton Times, but I couldn't get in there because they had it behind a paywall, and my paywall blocker wasn't working. So We'll get the Patriot Street Fighter grannies. By the way, they're on a new kick to do all their merchandise for cougars and grannies and wolves and lions and lionesses. Oh, God. Anyways, I got the receipts back now, so we'll just go over them real quick because that was yesterday's video. I got this screenshot from somebody that's now part of our group. I thought it was very interesting in the fact that if you zoom in down here at the bottom, it literally says... this is Phil Godlewski. Laugh out loud. Yeah, I know, but these people will believe anything. More money for us. Seems kind of a strange thing to write. So that was something I didn't have. That was actually contributed to me. Here are some things that I did have, though. I just couldn't get to them yesterday. That would be... I went ahead, since this is behind a paywall anyways, I went ahead and screenshot this whole story. This is the one that he's suing over. Chris Kelly, QAnon, realtor sells rabbit holes on YouTube. I got the whole story from start to finish in screenshots that overlap in case anybody is needing the receipts on that. It's from the Scranton Times. You have to pay $1 for one-day access, but this is the full story. This is the one he claims he's suing over. I got it in 7 screenshots, but I can send it to you if you need it. Now, from the... This is also from the Scranton Times here. This is a rundown of all the sentencing they had this week. The week that he was sentenced for tampering with records and tampering with records or identification and bad checks. This is his most recent crime he did. He ended up getting 5 years probation, including 1 month in county jail and 3 months of house arrest. So I was wrong about that. It's 5 years probation total. 1 month was in jail. He already did that. And now he's on his 3-month ankle bracelet. He's got some time with an ankle bracelet on. So that was his most recent thing. I was wrong about that. For some reason, I was thinking that he had, I don't know. I thought he was already on probation. I didn't realize he's under house arrest. And then we've got these. These are the pleas he took in his original case. I'm going to read you the story right quick. I'll zoom in some so maybe you can see it too. Hey, this is the original story when it happened. This is 2011. This is after the court case. A former Riverside High School basketball coach who was accused of having a sexual relationship with a 15-year-old girl pleaded guilty on Monday to 1 count of corruption of minors. Phil Godlewski, 28, received a sentence of 3 to 23 months, with the first 3 months to be served as house arrest and the balance as probation. Mr. Godlewski, 430 Cayuga Street, Scranton, was arrested in July 2010 for allegedly having sex with a girl in 2 cars and homes for sale to which he had access as a real estate agent, according to this search warrant. So if you need receipts, here they are. I wish I could have got it to him yesterday when I was doing the show, but I tried my best to grab what I could. Authorities have said Mr. Godlewski's relationship with the teen began in 2008 when she was only 14. Though it was not clear to investigators when they first had sex. The Times-Tribune does not identify the victims of sexual assault. Among the evidence against him were thousands of text messages between Mr. Godlewski and the girl in which he explicitly described their sexual exploits and expressed how much he cared about her, according to the affidavit. On Monday, Mr. Godlewski waived his right to a preliminary hearing in the case, pleaded guilty to 1 count of corruption of minors, and was sentenced by Judge Vito Garrulo, according to Lackawanna County Detective Justin Larry, one of several investigators involved in the case. So I've got a bunch of those. I just grabbed. Here's one of the stories with his actual picture on it. Former baseball coach pleads in teen sex case. I just grabbed a bunch of these just so we'd have them all. Here's another one. Second man accused of having sex with underage girls. So there was a second man that was accused and charged. His name is Thomas P. Neslow, with the same 15-year-old girl. But this also mentions Mr. Godlewski, who allegedly met the girl while he was a baseball coach at Riverside. Faces this, so it mentions him as well. So I went ahead and grabbed it too. One more here. This is actually to do with the baseball team. Coachless Taylor Ball Club in need of trip funds. With their coach in prison, their coach was Phil. With their coach in prison, the Taylor American Legion baseball team was desperate to raise funds for a tournament starting this weekend in South Carolina. On Tuesday, the team received a $1,000 check from Simeon Real Estate Group, a company for which Phil worked. So the company that he worked for as a real estate agent, that he was taking this girl to these empty houses and having sex with her when she was underage, they actually donated money to the baseball team because they felt bad about it, right? It was their agent. Mr. Godlewski, 27, is accused of a sexual relationship with a 15-year-old girl he met while a coach at Riverside High School. Authorities seized his cars, one of which held a checkbook that would have been used to pay for the team's travel costs. The Taylor Legion Post is also accepting donations. Please call. So I wanted to show those receipts because I didn't get to show them yesterday. I've got some more stuff, but I think that's enough for now other than one correction. Let me get that. That's going to be in my inbox, so let me grab it right quick. Just a second. Let's see. Where'd it go? Let's see if this is it. It was in one of them that had a back and forth. Oh, okay. So I saw in chat that they believed, these people that mentioned it said they believed it was $200 or $500 to sign up for his multi-level marketing with Silver. It was either $200 or $500 for the yearly membership, depending on which level you wanted. Then I heard that it was just $10 a month was the minimum to keep it going. It's not, apparently. It is either $100 to $187 a month, depending on the packages. There are 3 levels you can join, and they start at $100 a month minimum. So not only is it $200 or $500 to join, it appears, allegedly, it's also at least $100 a month. So the first month you're in at $600, and then they're going to send you $200 worth of silver. You know, where's the danger then? What do you got to lose? Well, all that money. Wanted to make you aware that. Thank you for sending this in. I do appreciate that. I was wrong. I just wanted to correct that statement and let people know I was wrong. That the monthly subscription fee is what I was wrong on. We knew the $200 to $500. I was wrong with how much a month. Okay, I think we can move to Patriot Street Fighter now. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. There's also a couple of Telegram groups that you can join that are out there that are based around kind of exposing Phil and the screenshots and evidence and keeping it together. I mean, there's some good Telegram groups out there. Thank you guys for adding me to those. I appreciate it. I'm sure we'll have to address this again as soon as he sees my video or somebody shows it to him or whatever. I also have people in my inbox that say that I'm not ignoring you. Hopefully I answered most of you that say they were doxxed, they were attacked, they were kicked out, they were this, they were that. When it comes time to do another show, I'll be reaching back out to you guys to get your all's take on it, to get your all's story. I have some Brad stuff tonight. I want to include you guys in the next one and how it affected you. It won't be live. I don't really typically do call-ins and stuff like that, but I might ask you some questions, or we might hop on a Zoom call and I might record it or something. But thank you for reaching out to me in my inbox. I really do appreciate that. By the way, I don't know if I said it, but I started the box. I started the bot. So if you guys want to support the stream, that's how. Let's go to the Patriot Street Fighter grannies. Not the Cougars, the grannies. And the Scotty Illuminati. We're going to watch a video that we already watched. And you're going to be like, Will, why are you watching the video that you already watched? Well, let me tell you, inquisitive viewer. We were watching this video. And he said, basketball-headed bitch. And I said, who's a basketball-headed bitch? Is that my new nickname? And somehow I got sidetracked from that. I don't know what happened. I got sidetracked. And then I skipped over the next part of the video. And that was the most important part of the video. We got to go back. We got to see that part. We got to do this. We got to do this. Here's your favorite intro.
We hold these truths to be self
if you're going to put yourself out in the public, you better make sure you're squeaky clean. Well, I'm pretty fucked up. But at least I admit it. I've been to jail. I was in the military. I'm fucking crazy and on disability from the VA. Combat. I was a combat veteran. VA disabled. But at least everybody already knows.
Evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent.
Usurpations.
Any form of government becomes destructive of these ends. It is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form
But
shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness.
I can't believe that his entire intro is him on like 2-bit audio and a bunch of memes he stole off the internet, and some of them are video games.
Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes. And accordingly,
There it is, Assassin's Creed.
all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they...
Yeah, I kind of thought she was talking about Phil, but I was just making a comment on the you got to be squeaky clean. I don't think you got to be squeaky clean. Like if you guys wanted to do something, I don't think you can come out here and say you're battling pedo guys and then literally be a pedo guy. In general, that's not specific about anybody we may have discussed yesterday, but I just think you just got to be open. Like if I've got convictions, I went to jail for drug charges. I lost a scholarship, ended up in jail, went out on the road, ended up in the army. It's been all downhill since. Picking up speed.
But when a long train of abuses and usurpations pursuing invariably the same object evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards for their future security. The world is waking up, and this is the tipping point.
Ladies and gentlemen, Scott McKay here, coming to you live, Patriots.
So we've got another video we're going to cover of Scott. I wanted you to get through the intro. I know how much you guys enjoy it. We've got another video we're going to cover of Scott from tonight. He's with Gene Decode, and I thought that would be interesting because Gene Decode's full of shit. But we have to get through at least this little bit right here.
Street Fighter 25 on YouTube. Yes, here we are. Hi, Susan. Here I am again. No worries. If you don't get your job done in time, I'll be ready for you. I got more channels ready to go as we continue to fight this war here, where the war is being fought. Of course, we have many other platforms that we
By the way, I wonder if anybody, he does this on every channel. This is like I know it's 25, but this is like his 30th channel because he didn't always go in order and he got different channels and he made the same channel a few times. This is like his 30th or 31st channel. I wonder if everybody's ever screenshot him going, "Hi, Susan, I'm back again. You can't get rid of me." And then send it to her on Twitter and say, "Hey, Susan, this you?"
I guess you'd say upload to. In normal situations, we do live stream on a number of platforms.
Okay.
We had a little disruption on that live streaming capability. American Media Periscope rebuilding their operation, but here pretty shortly we'll be back up broadcasting through them, as well as Brighteon. Mike Adams got a channel designated for Patriot Street Fighter there, so we're going to be broadcasting Brighteon as well. So we've got a lot of good things that are coming our way mainly because of you. We have obviously this seat here has gotten pretty. Look at my eyes, man. I do look like a raccoon, and I actually got a little bit of sleep last night. But it's the only reason I wear my reading glasses when I do, because it hides those raccoon eyes that I got. Seems like they're getting darker by the week.
That is a rough look. By the way, someone just sent me a message on Telegram asking if they could share my video link post that I posted, my Telegram on their channel. I don't care. Yeah, share it wherever you want to. The people that are not allowed here are far and few between. I try my best not to ban. I do believe in free speech absolute, no questions asked, but I do ban eventually on my channel when I can't handle it no more. Like, I got mental health issues, so when I can't handle you anymore, we're way past when everybody else would have banned you already.
For whatever reason, not getting a lot of sleep.
And it's usually just for 24 hours the first time.
Growling, grunting, coughing, whatever. And yes, I am working on getting that stuff taken care of as well. But either
panic food for fear porn. That's exactly right.
Yeah, we got a little disruption happening, and that's fine. That's always part of the growth process. But we'll be back up and running with American Media Periscope here pretty quickly. That'll be streaming across 20 different platforms, live streaming, not uploads, but actual live streaming as they were before Roku.
Yeah, I actually, Allie, I don't know how we're on the same wavelength and both thought of this. I'm going to take some of their videos, like our favorite people, and I'm going to hide something that is relative to them and their grift in the background. And then we're going to take chances like a game show and try to find it. It'd be like an I Spy thing. Like, if it's Scotty, can anybody see the one boot that's bigger than the other in the background, or his hatchet or whatever? Like, I think that'd be really fun.
Apple TV and a bunch of others, hosts of others. So John, by the way, if you guys don't know this, John Michael Chambers over there, American Media Periscope, he's been very, very sick with this thing. He got hit pretty hard too. And, just so keep him in your prayers. He's made a great comeback, but he got hit very, very hard. And the people over there have done some great work for us. They're going to also live stream when we're on the road again coming up here.
All right.
It's like to be the end of September.
Buying our own bus, boys.
I shift and squirm a lot. All this metal, screws, rods, just grinding together constantly is a little uncomfortable. And,
just grinding up against, like we used to grind against Sriracha when he was in the camper with me, and he would say, "Don't worry, Scott, we're protected from 5G. That's why you don't have to wear a condom." What?
Sometimes I look like I have Tourette's syndrome. It's probably actually even worse than that. So pardon me for the squirming that goes on. But
I personally think Tourette's syndrome would literally drive me crazy. Like, if I had a movement, like sometimes my eye twitches and it's all I can think about for days. But if I had it like all the time, man, that would be rough. No?
Back out on the road. I think I told you we're going to do 2 events per week, likely Wednesdays and Saturdays. There will be time in between. It'll be great.
It is. We missed a part. That's what we're doing.
Make sure we stream. I mentioned this before. We'll stream.
I'm sorry, Allie.
Shows every night, like we did before, at least 4 nights a week, maybe 5. And I'm right now going to work on having some technology lined up so we can actually live stream the events that we're going to do. We're going to bring some other great speakers in. Listen to me over and over. It gets quite, I'm sure, dry and boring. So we're going to add some spice to it to bring some other folks in too as well.
Jesus, let's get to it.
We have about another 3 weeks to put all these things together. Mickey Clan, who has basically become the managing director of Patriot Street Fighter Operations, put together a great team of people to make this all happen. Of course, we got Michael Zildjian too, as part of that, on the boots on the ground, kind of coordinating all those efforts.
Oh no, a kidney stone. I used to get kidney stones pretty frequently. They're no fun. I hope you get to feeling better. I hate that.
He volunteered, did a lot of work for us on the last tour.
What's up, Carolyn?
Of course, Ron Partain handles the merchandise.
I think it's coming up right here.
As well. So a lot of moving parts that go on behind the scenes, folks, that make me look good. Believe me, without all these people, we don't have the reach. And without all of you, your reach is massive. Everybody, all the influencers out there know who you are. They always tell me, and they brag about our audience, how amazing you guys are, how loyal you are, how they're like, Scott, they'll follow you anywhere. You could drop off the planet, they're going to come find you. And when I hear
not all of them, because about half the people in my chat used to follow you.
Things like this, folks, believe me, it makes every day that is caused by this. Their disc causes is, to me, it's just
scary.
Thing. I think you saw what I dropped on Telegram last.
I think his eyes are black because I once heard Doe from the Frog News Network rebeat. He come out and said that that's the way that the tiny aliens enter into your brain to control you like a giant robot human. They come in through the tear ducts. I think he has two competing aliens in his skull.
With Ricky,
plain as day.
I want you guys to see this. How, what I get to see, because you don't get to see everything I get to see, but how truly remarkable that all of you are. And this is everybody contributing together. I have a stack of mail that's about this wide, and it's about this deep, and it's about this high, and it's overflowing by this much, and it's just packed with.
What? I have a stack of mail this high and this deep and this wide, and it's overflowing by this much. Overflowing by what? You got to make the size of the pile. You were saying that your pile was the wrong size, and it's even bigger than that? It was weird.
Every letter, every card, and then just stacks and stacks of all the gifts, amazing stuff that comes at me. And I'll never stop talking about you, because you people are the ones that have caused this revolution to go global. And all you people around the world, as I said this before, I want you to hear me again. You stay in the fight. You are inspiring many people, because we see you in France and Germany and other places.
If you don't know, real quick, if Scott's going to mention me here is the reason we're watching this. Well, he's gonna talk shit in a kind of side-eyed way. If you don't know my relationship with Scott, I was shown a Scott McKay video, and it was an older video back in the fall, I think. Maybe no, it might have been like January, February. I was shown a video, and it was Scott McKay and a guy called LT. Who is a retired Marine publicist from And We Know. In that video, Scott McKay decided to publicly give LT a Purple Heart for his service to this cause because his channel had been removed from YouTube. I couldn't believe it. I watched it again and 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 again. I couldn't believe that he would take the most honorable award for wounded and in service by the enemy, a Purple fucking Heart. I've sent enough of them home. I've seen enough of them. Like, no way is he going to give that out for grifting and breaking terms of service. Okay, I get banned too. Like, I go too far and say too much shit, and suddenly I'm bullying you. So, like an adult, I reached out to Scott on social media, and I told him my whole story. Hey, man, I entered the military here. I served here and here. Here's the stuff I've done outside the military. Here's how I volunteered. Here's how I helped with the campaign. Here's who I voted for. Here's, I think there's some weird stuff going on here, blah, blah, blah. But one thing I'd like to talk to you about, and I went through my whole service, everybody we had lost, everybody I knew, the people that had killed themselves when they came home because they couldn't handle it. They were broken before we ever left, like me. I went through it all. Everything. To give him my background. And then I said, the one thing I got an issue with is the Purple Heart. Like, maybe you call it something else. Maybe you call it a different award. Maybe you call it like a Medal of Courage, or call it anything else. But the Purple fucking Heart. And Scott's reply to me, he supports veterans. He supports conservatives. He supports right-wing people. He supports disabled veterans even more because he says the VA doesn't take care of us. He supports me, right? Scott's only response to me was, good for you, guy. And he was gone. And then the next show he did, he tried to call me out. Some screwball says I'm not allowed to use a Purple Heart. Let me tell you this. If you don't know this, when you lose your YouTube channel, a lot of these people do this for a living. A lot of these people lose their money and their income, and they could lose their homes and not be able to feed it. Cool. Called losing a job. We don't give Purple Hearts for that. I can feel bad for you. I can start a GoFundMe for you. I can donate to you. We don't give out Purple Hearts for that. And the fact that he took that award, the award that no one wants and everybody respects, and disrespected it by changing it over to put a fucking Q on it, eat a bag of dicks, buddy. Eat a bag of dicks. And I tried to reach out to him as a human. Wasn't having it.
Australia mounting a fight. I'm going to try to possibly show you one if I can.
Since then, he can't keep my name out of his mouth. He actually stopped his live tour 3 times to address me. The rumor is he was passing out, well, it isn't even a rumor. I got screenshots of it. He was passing out a flyer with my family's photos on it. from my personal Facebook page. So like me without the glasses, which I do videos without the glasses sometimes, and my kids and stuff. And he had us labeled as agitators, something else, and Antifa. And it had my merch on it. I'm not wearing my merch tonight, but it had my merch on it. It had all my social media links. It had a picture of me and my wife and 2 boys. And he was giving that out to security at his events. Scared to death I was going to show up.
Pull it up and roll the video on one. But the fight is on, people. The fight is on. This is happening all over the place. So our message is winning the battle. We are winning the battle of the narrative, what's important. And that does not happen without you people taking this fight right to the gates of the enemy. And you've been doing it to school board, town and city councils. I'm so proud of what you people are doing. But always remember, everybody has a stake in this. No one person, including me, is more important than the next in this fight, in this mission. I just happen to be your voice that we can broadcast, but every person is critically important in this mission. So I want you to always focus on, when you come together, exchange information, wear your Patriot Street Fighter gear when you go out, because other people identify with that. I get pictures from events all the time around the country where people are sending, look, there's more of you here, a lot of Save the Kid shirts.
And I know for a fact that his group knows my merch way better than they should. He is so. This is another big pet peeve I have. If you're new, anybody who claims to be a constitutionally supporting patriot, as Scott does. Scott has Constitution class, right? I've got the screenshots and receipts where Scott told everybody to go to my channel and fork it up, report all my videos for terrorism. Scott told his Telegram following, however many fucking people that is, to go fork up my channel and report all my videos for terrorism because I made one about him. Like, I support free speech. I don't want you to ever go report anybody's videos. Not for my benefit, not because they said something about me, not because you guys did anything. No reason will I ever ask you to go report anything. I think everybody should be allowed to speak, and then we can lay out the debate later. If it's stupid, I'll make fun of it. If it's right, I'll say, well, I can't argue with that. But I don't like any of this shit, reporting and turning people in and shit. As much as he complains about the censorship on YouTube, he's going to send 100,000 plus people to come report my videos for terrorism. You're not a patriot. You don't support the Constitution. You don't support free speech. You don't support any of this shit.
Out there, the ladies especially, but when you're out there and you have your battle gear on, your body armor, Patriot Street Fighter body armor, other people can identify you and they're going to approach you because you're one of them. And those who don't have them on, same with them. They are us too as well, but you guys can connect with each other that way. By the way, we do get off of channels if you're brand new here. Patriot Street Fighter 25 is the current. Anytime you lose me, just go to scottmckay.us.
There we go.
Click on that link for YouTube. You'll get right back to the current channel I'm broadcasting on.
Yeah, I guess he docks my picture, but there's a lot of times where when I have a real serious video or whatever, my face is out there. There's videos on this very channel and on my backup channel. I don't have glasses on or whatever. So yeah, I guess he docks more of my family. But again, they're on the show too. It wasn't really a dox. It was more about they were just scared I was going to show up.
This one tonight, of course, Rumble, Patreon. Not Patreon, but Rumble, Brighteon, and BitChute. Those links are always there. So you can always find your way back home by going through scottmckay.us. Couple things I want to share with you guys. I do have some intel for you. And
how is this public channel on public fucking YouTube that Scott McKay actually watches? How is that behind his fucking back? He won't talk to me. He mentions it here.
Sure. Got some intel for you of what's emerging in this battle. And it is a battle. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that are happening out there that are truly inspiring to let you know that these things are real. There are badasses out there. They're taking the fight to the enemy. They're taking the fight to the enemy, folks. I got a LinkedIn message. By the way, folks, if you try to catch me on LinkedIn and email at times and other social media and I don't answer, I'm not answering you. I'm not answering many people at all. But do send whatever you have. I'm not telling you not to send me messages or anything. Send them, bring them. Because there are times where I just say, you know what, I'm going to jump.
I just told you, we very rarely ban on this channel. Sometimes we do it for 24 hours. Sometimes we don't. But it's mostly that you got on my nerves.
Deep into this.
Sorry.
Around, see what pops out at me. And I find a message I was meant to find. And, hopefully at some point that, is your message. You're looking for something. So I'm going to give you one that I got last night when I jumped in LinkedIn, just to show you there's some badass heroes out there. And it's very inspiring. So I got one from, let me see if I can pull this up very quickly and just.
Okay, here we go. Here's where he gets into his little intel drop.
I'm pretty sure I can. A couple of these things I want to show you actually, but I want to put some faces to this. See if I can get this up. Can we do a screen share on this? Tell me we can. I think I can. Okay, so here's Colette Sawyer.
All right, I might have to jump ahead some. This is where he screams and yells or whatever. That's not what I'm interested in. We already watched this part.
Let's close it. Tell him I'm absolutely proud. I wasn't wearing a mask.
From 2 days ago.
The fight. Put on a mask. A war on humanity. And this is with this bullshit putting your weight because you're not going to be remembered. In a situation where your life is now going to be endangered. Who's coming to your rescue? Who shall dictate with them? The rest of you milquetoast put from back in our area. Now that we're on this subject, here's what we're going to do. We're going to call out another one of these things. This, of course, came from my sister from back in our area. And since you want public attention, buddy, because you guys ought to be attending, ensued, guys. If you can see, our police officers, of course.
By the way, Scott needs to be, if you're a Scott fan, maybe you take this to him and say, you need to be more careful with your words. When you have an audience who is convinced, who is as drunk on hopium, who follows your every word, you can't say, you guys know what to do now. Just go attack, attack, attack. They don't know if you mean attack by voting, attack by protesting, or attack by your little hatchets. Who knows what's fixing to show up?
I know they're still trying to keep their jobs. And here's this clown, this ice hole right here. Look at this guy. Once again, the people that are always either overweight or morbidly obese, the people that have the greatest health danger are the ones that are wearing these masks. Is this not incredible to you? So here's this guy, board president. He's demanding that they all wear masks. Look how this ice hole has his mask on. He has it under his nose, which means what? If he's got a problem, he's breathing that shit all through the place. Especially a clown like this that got the killer's jab. He's shedding spike proteins all over the place. On all the healthy people, it would have happened anyhow without the stupid mask on. But this is what we're dealing with. It's not insanity. It is abject, colossal stupidity. Colossal stupidity. So,
I mean, I have like 250 right now between the two streams. Good enough for me. How many do you have?
Tom Sawyer, now that you got me fired up and pissed off, I'm just going to say, my hat is off to you, brother. My hat is off to you. At least we have somebody, like Colette said, this guy's balls were banging together because he's such a badass when the cops were walking him out.
They were playing your tune, weren't they, Scotty?
In raw courage. This is what we need, people. This is the only thing that's going to bring this shit show down that they're raining on us. The reason I'm telling you all this tonight is this. Here's the reason. The pain is coming. There's a battle.
Pain's coming.
I've been talking.
It's going to be painful.
107. I spent some time with John Michael Chambers today, comparing notes from General Flynn, General McInerney, and other people that may not even have information that we know. Because what we have learned is you don't get Q clearance level until you're a 4-star general. So when we're talking to 3 stars, they're not read in to the highest level of what's going on here. Yes, I know General Flynn says there's no plan. I know it. My friend Ann Vandersteel has mentioned the same. There's no plan. I love Ann. I don't agree with all the people I love. These are my buddies. I just bring a different perspective. 30 years military intelligence, disinformation campaigns, misinformation, disinformation. This is 5D chess. Of course, General Flynn's not going to come out and say, hey, there's a plan. Why would you alert the enemy? That's the Democrat and the mainstream media press.
How can we simultaneously be in a full-scale, full-blown war with the cabal, the enemy? We're taking out their bases. We're in their underground baby farms, crawling through, special forces, soldiers blowing up, air assaults, attacking. We armed the white hat Taliban to take out their cabal, and we're fighting all around the world, blowing up their dumbs. And we've also got to be careful when we appear on a YouTube channel to not say there's a plan, because we might tip them off. Oh, yeah? I hate to tip them off. They have no idea we're coming. You're the one who said 250 Special Forces soldiers died in Tennessee in an explosion from a suicide vest in a deep underground military base. Wasn't that kind of a tip? If we have 250 Special Forces soldiers in a tunnel fighting lizard people, would that not tip them off?
Mentality and tactics of fighting a war. Tell the enemy what you're doing so our guys can get slaughtered. Okay. This is 5-dimensional chess. Here's what I believe.
Okay.
I said 2 things. If you don't believe there's a plan, I assure you there's a plan. It's coming from the Most High.
So it's God's plan. I don't need assurance. I don't need you to assure me of anything. Somewhere in this video, he says, no, you can't prove the stuff I'm saying, but doesn't it make sense? No.
There's a plan to bring this satanic shit show down. There's also a second plan, my plan. It's the plan that I've been saying since after the election happened last year. We did a video. All you people worrying about the military, what are they going to do? What's Trump going to do? I'm going to keep asking you, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? When are you going to get into the fight? Because part of the plan, as I've come to the conclusion, is they are going to wake up this population in this country first. They're going to wake 80% of you up so you're ready to go to war against the power structure. That's the plan. There's not enough military. There's not enough generals out there to take down this global cabal because these scumbags are rooted everywhere. They're probably half of them are in the fabric of your own home. We have to collectively, together, bring the power of.
Okay, so what are you going to do? Okay.
We the people. Were the founding fathers so brilliant that they created the Constitution and the Bill of Rights to give us the most power? You know why they probably did that? Because they knew from their liberal arts education throughout all of history and the philosophies they studied, sooner or later.
All of our founding fathers had liberal arts degrees?
The masses of people are going to revolt and take down the tyrannical power structure that has put the weight of the black energy of the satanic order on them all through their existence. It's just a matter of time. All things come to an end. The sun always rises after the darkness. Always.
Okay.
Maybe they said, so the power structure never really gets put down or replaced. Let's keep the hand or power in the hands of we the people. They were smart enough that if we decide what's going to happen, that's what happens. If we say what's going to happen, that's what inevitably happens.
Gotcha.
If we're willing to get into the fight. Now, as far as the plan is concerned, the plan has always included you. I said this, I've been saying it since last November. And
actually, we could go back to the tapes, but you were telling people that the military was doing it. Stay out of the way, get your popcorn, sit on your couch, and let's watch the movie. And then you yelled at us in chat and pointed a gun at us that you apparently keep on the floor by your chair. That was weird, huh? You guys don't remember that?
December, when I started saying, here's your insurance policy. If you're worried about this inauguration and what just happened, and you're worried that maybe Trump's not going to follow through on. Now, as far as the plan is concerned, the plan has always included you. I said this, I've been saying it since last November and December when I started saying, here's your insurance policy. If you're worried about this inauguration and what just happened, and you're worried that maybe Trump's not going to follow through on his word, I will never let you down. I promise I will never let you down. I'm going to make America great again.
Okay.
If you don't buy into that, then the insurance policy is you, me, we the people. And I said, if you're worried about what's happening back then, don't worry about that. Because we raise the awareness that we outnumber these scumbags and we go after the foundation with which holds up all their bullshit, which is.
He actually warned his people to stay out of the way of the military because they would just make it worse and they might get caught in the crossfire.
The school boards, the town councils, the city councils, small towns included, the mayors, the DAs that are controlled by Soros, the police commissioners who are controlled by the DA. We go after the bottom rungs of this ladder and start weakening them 3 rungs up. Believe me, the thing becomes unstable. You get that thing rungless 1/3 of the way up. It's eventually going to come down with the weight that's already on it. That's
what?
That's what the tour was about. That's what the next tour is about, is to get you in the fight so we can put this nightmare to an end. Understand this. There's some major stuff's going to hit. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of people beat up Mike Adams because he talks about being prepared, being prepared. I'm prepared. I'm prepared.
Yes, Mike Adams sells buckets of food that are a good idea to have for a lot of things. Now, I'm not against being prepared. I'm not. If you want to buy long-lasting food or you want to buy canned goods, you can do a lot of this. Just instead of buying a food bucket, just Google what are some foods that are good to put away for like a long time for like a cache or storage, okay? Go to Walmart and buy them. Go to your cheapest store and buy them, your local grocery store, shop local, whatever you want to do. But isn't it ironic the people that sell the food that are supposed to help you survive during the apocalypse are always saying, hey, guys, we're about to have the apocalypse, and I've got a discount code. It's just remember to type in, we're all going to die, 10 for 3% off. That's kind of ironic that Tim Pool does the same thing. Tim Pool sells his mystery food buckets while also telling you that you're going to die at any moment and the Antifa is going to take over the entire world.
About every way you can be prepared. Why? If there's disruption, I want food. I want dry goods. I want non-perishables. I want things that can be stored.
I personally believe that I hate that Scott's dad died. Thank him for his service. He was a soldier. He served honorably. He got out. He was at least a buck sergeant. He may have made staff sergeant. He got out and had a family and settled down. I'm sorry that Scott's dad died. I also think that Scott's dad, being Scott's prop for Scott's show, the videos we've seen him in, he didn't seem to know really where he was at or what was going on. They had to tell him what to say in the camera. They had to take him by his arm and stand him in the right spot to where he knew where to stand. He didn't seem like he was making all the choices that were being made. And he was a prop. While Scott was so obsessed with making his dad proud of him. Look at me, Daddy. I built us an army. I never joined the military, but I built one for you now, and you're the general. Isn't that cool? Look. Drug him around with clearly age and possibly other underlying conditions that make COVID a lot worse. They all got COVID. That was including everybody on Scott's bus. They pretended like it was some type of unknown poison at first, so I guarantee you they weren't treating it right. His dad ended up in the hospital, probably from lack of treatment, but definitely from COVID. That's when the doctor said, everybody's got it. Scott wanted to take him to a vibrational center in Louisiana to have him vibrated back healthy, and his dad passed away at the hand of Scott, dragging him around the country as a prop. That's what I personally believe.
I want to make sure I got comms. I want to make sure I got armament, enough things to protect me from people that want to come and steal it if something goes bad. That's only smart.
Okay.
When this economy takes its hit, and likely from what I'm understanding, corporate reports are coming out the 15th of October. Nobody's going to run from that. Silvergold.com. Go get a consult with Dr. Kirk Elliott. Let him paint the picture.
Go buy my silver and gold. Listen, October 15th nobody's going to be able to pass that up. Okay? Corporate reports are coming out, and the whole economy's going to crash. We're going to be in the apocalypse. Go buy food buckets from Mike Adams and go to Kirk for me and make sure you tell him I sent you and buy some silver and gold. Jesus, what don't you understand?
Go back to the channels I've got. Listen to the economic updates of what comes.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. None of them do. They can't bounce back and forth from we're already won, it's all over, there's just a few chess moves left they can make, to we need you in the streets, you're the plan, you got to get out here, where are you at?
Achman, the budget director for Reagan, who was brilliant,
right, Dark Matter,
all the way back to the 80s.
Are you the same Dark Matter from like forever ago, Dark Matter?
If you are, I've sent you like 100 welfare checks on Discord.
He's the one that implemented what brought down the marginal tax rate, top tax rate, from 72% down to 28% with Reagan's, of course, approval and help back in the 80s, and doubled the revenue that came into the country and rescued us and gave us the longest peacetime prosperity we'd ever had since World War II and gave us a military power unmatched by any in history.
It is you.
This guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dark Matter. Dark Matter found us when we were still on Twitch before they gave us the boot. I'm glad to see you in chat. I was really worried about you. I sent you, I know we used to stay in touch pretty regularly. I'm really weird. So since I've been home from the military, I've actually had quite a few losses. people taking their own life and just making dumb decisions. And so, like, when someone leaves my community, I understand that some of you are going to leave because I made you mad or whatever. But just know, if you don't tell me why you left, if you just leave, you're probably going to get welfare checks, even if I think that you're just mad at me. I'm just going to say, hey, are you okay? That doesn't mean that I expect you to come back to the show or I want you to donate or whatever. I just want to know that you're alive. That's it. Like, you're your own person. You don't have to watch. You don't have to show up, whatever. I just want to know that people are alive. I get fixated on that sometimes, and I'll spend days looking up people that I used to contact and trying to send them messages just to see if they're alive. So I'm so glad to see you, Dark Matter. Thank you for stopping by, man.
We're going to have a 60 to 75% stock market correction when this thing hits. Remember 2008? Remember that? This will be way worse. 60 to 75% value of the stock market plummeting. What happens? Real estate plummets. All that stuff all over again. Now, what happens to the US dollar currency now that we have Saudi Arabia and Russia signed a deal to no longer in the petrodollar?
They're not doing petrodollars
as reserve currency. What do you think comes after that? That thing is unstable. That's why I say I'm the last guy to talk to about wealth preservation, wealth accumulation. But I can tell you how I've always believed.
I can tell you how to get to Kirk, and I can tell you what my special promo code is.
That you preserve your assets. You preserve your capital. Get it into something that's bulletproof. Silver. It always moves. It doesn't sit. It's not hoarded like they call. I'd be putting that stuff in silver. You know why? This rosy picture. Military is going to come in, arrest everybody, tribunals. Look what we found. Look at the SRA abuse. Look at the murder.
It's coming up right here, guys.
Look at the dumbs. Are these people going to support a global takedown of this satanic
about 3 minutes
empire? Do you think that they're going to do that? They're going to think that the military has gone rogue, that Trump's behind it too now that he's walked out in the open. And he.
Okay, listen. He just said, are all these people, not us, not Scott's followers, but everybody else, are all these people going to support Trump and the military taking over? No. They're going to think that he's gone rogue. They're going to think that he's a dictator. They're going to think that he's taken power by force. They're going to think that, he's not going to give back power because historically, literally no person within the last 100 years has taken power with the military and given it to anybody. It has to be taken back. Assassinations and shit. That's how this shit starts. But he says, they're going to think he's a dictator. Yes, they will. I know that you personally, Scott, think that there's a plan. What if you're wrong? And when is it too late? So if tomorrow we got the news that Trump and 14 generals and all of the command underneath them were headed to take back Washington, D.C., and some people are like, oh my God, this is it. I knew the plan was going to happen. And other people are like, oh my God, he's a dictator. What if you're wrong? And when is it too late? The only way to know would be literally to let him take power of the military, then see what happens. And it's never happened historically. No one's ever taken the military, taken power from a sitting government official, taken it by force, taken over, and then said, okay, by the way, we got another election coming up in 2024. Guys, come out and vote. What if you're wrong, dude? Hell no, I don't want that to happen. Hell no. I wouldn't want that to happen with Trump or Obama or Biden or me. I don't want that to happen with anybody. I don't want anybody to be put in office with the military as their force while they throw out a different regime. And then we're all supposed to pretend like, oh, he's gonna let someone else, be president later. Okay, like who? Who else has done that? Anybody?
He's becoming a dictator to take down the planet. And my Ma Biden guy that's asleep.
George Washington's the only person I know that did that. George Washington.
All day long on his feet, and he's being taken advantage of, and blah, 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 blah.
Not to mention, like, I know there's a lot of people who still like Trump, who still want Trump back, but I understand. I voted for Trump. I think we'd be in a better spot if Trump would have been the leader instead of Biden up to this point. But whoever is really in charge, Biden, I think, But whoever is really in charge, even if it's Trump, secretly, there's blood on their hands. And they need to answer for those soldiers that died, those Americans that were left, the people who have taken their own lives, the people who've lost their jobs, lost their homes, lost their cars, lost everything around them, possibly even taken their own life, as I said, and the soldiers we lost and the prices we paid for it in Afghanistan to run away and arm them up even better. Whoever it is, I don't care. They got blood on their fucking hands. There's going to come a time they need to answer for that.
Listen, these people are still wearing these freaking masks. It isn't going to happen.
Here it comes. I think this is it.
You and I don't deserve it. They do. They deserve all of it.
So his theory here is because we don't want them to think Trump's a dictator, the plan is not going to happen until we all feel the pain. Now, we don't deserve it. They do. We don't deserve it, but we still got to go through it. So get ready to be knocked on your ass. Get ready to lose everything. Get ready to... It's going to get even worse than it already fucking is. Most people are already suffering pretty bad already. But it's going to get worse because we want Trump to look better. What kind of amazing leader does that sound like? You're telling me that even though I don't deserve it, that I'm going to be punished in some type of weird spectacle just so Trump looks better to other people who've hated him and didn't vote for him and didn't want him to be president anyways? Weird.
So until we get a massive left cross punch to the jawbone that sends us on our ass on the canvas, those people, economically, because nobody escapes the economic pain, maybe the upper echelons, we the people are going to get an ass beating. That's my belief. And it's going to take the economic side for these walking zombies to get so pissed off to, for the first time, let their emotions actually give them some valuable insight and trigger this thing to say, what the...
By the way, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. You don't want to make decisions on emotions. You know the reason that when you see like special forces soldiers or rangers or SEALs or whatever you're looking at, like a good elite soldier, you know the reason they practice the same things over and over and over again, while they practice reloading over and over and over again, while you practice touch points over and over and over again, while you practice taking your goggles, wrapping them your wrist, throwing them and putting them on your wrist and checking your watch at the same time over and over and over again, while you put everything in the same spot over and over again, while everybody carries a certain amount of things to help themselves and others over and over and over again. The reason that those people do that is it builds muscle memory. And I'm telling you, like, I knew it was a thing, but I didn't know how deep it was a thing until you get home. You don't have on a fucking a vest. You don't have a pistol on your side. You don't have a rifle slung to your back, and you hear something go pop. You start reaching for all kinds of shit you ain't even got. I'm reaching like I got a goddamn Batman utility belt on, and I ain't even got anything. I mean, like, I always carry my carry pistol, but none of my military stuff. Fucking reaching for grenades and flashbangs and fucking radios, and I ain't even got no shit. I look like I'm fucking breakdancing at a fireworks show. The reason they do that is to take the emotions out of it. He just said, we need them to lose everything and hurt them financially so they finally let their emotions make some decisions. Why would you let your emotions make decisions? That makes you sloppy and vulnerable, and someone can take advantage of you. People use your emotions to manipulate you, not to help you make the right decision. Doesn't happen.
Happened. What's going on? I'm pissed off.
By the way, that's the same reason you'll hear people say this about me. I've never said that, trafficking of children or abuse of children or anything that wasn't real. I have said on numerous occasions, and I have receipts for it, that at the level that they claim, the proportions that they claim, the number of people, victims and perpetrators is way overblown. Way too fucking big. When you call everybody a pedophile, it loses its sting. When you call everybody this, it doesn't mean what it used to. And they can sit back and say, "Oh yeah, you guys call everybody that." It happened to the word racist there for a while. Everything was racist and everybody was racist. And then the real racists were like, "Oh, they call everybody that. I'm not a racist." But it is real. The reason they blow it up so much, and we've got maps to them, and Save the Kids, and My Kid's Not for Sale, Nancy Pelosi, and shit like that, is because it literally plays on your emotions. And anger is one of the easiest emotions to manipulate. Here, get angry. Watch my show. Here, get angry. Buy my merch. Here, get angry. Donate to my bus. Here, get angry. It's one of the easiest ones to manipulate. When you're the good guy and you're making them angry at someone else, and then you say, and that's why, I need $20 from every viewer so I can go on a cross-country vacation. Well, they played you pretty well.
You've been telling me this, and this, and that ain't true. I'm losing my house, car, job's gone. The velocity of money slows down, and it keeps going right down the drain.
Oh,
right
God.
Now, guess what? Now, everybody's attention is on one thing. What in the hell happened? Who did it? And what am I going to do next? And then you realize who did it. The clown that is now giving away $85 billion of high-level military equipment, including Black Hawk helicopters.
Let's see. Okay, we're just playing a game here, chat.
Let's see if you can guess when you think he's talking about me. Now, here's a hint. He's not going to talk about me positive, okay? It's going to be negative. The hint.
And airplanes.
Right, Tsuko.
Right over to the enemy, the Taliban. Now it's being found in Iran, just like they did in Syria, just like Iraq first time. These people. What on earth do you think good is going to come from them having the most sophisticated weapons now in the world that they can target American citizens? All the ones that are being left behind in Afghanistan, civilians. This is the people that these clowns wearing masks are supporting, or the ones that just don't have any courage, who believe what we believe, but don't have the courage to say, fork you, shove that mask wherever you want, just not on my face. That's what they're waiting for. That is what is going to trigger what you all are asking me. When is this going to happen? I'm getting tired of waiting. I'm getting tired of this. Blah, 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 fork and blah. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing to help me? What are you doing to help the rest?
Whoa, wait. There's the real question. There's the real question that slipped out. There's the real question that just fell out of his mouth. It's not, what can your country do for you? It's not, what can you do for your country? It's not, what are you doing right now? How are you helping? How are you taking care of this? The real question slipped out in the middle of this rant. What are you doing to help me? Have you donated to my bus? Have you bought any of my merch? Have you bought tickets? Have you been to a $500 plate dinner? What are you doing to help me?
What are you doing? Blah, 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 fork and blah. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing to help me? What are you doing to help?
Well, I didn't know that we were supposed to be doing this to help you. I thought you were just a messenger, and this was about old glory and our country and our rights and freedom. But apparently this is a Scott McKay helping show.
I'm getting tired of this. Blah, 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 fork and blah. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing to help me?
This comes from the guy who bragged that his channel got taken down and his fans were so upset that he made $30,000 in donations overnight. $30,000 in donations overnight. And then he said to the guest that was on his show, I might just start taking down one of my channels a week if that's how much I can make doing this. That's weird.
The hell are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing to help me? What are you doing to help the rest of us out here that are fighting our asses off to try to wake people up? What are you doing? So I don't want to hear that question anymore. The ass beating is coming because there aren't enough people doing the work. This is not a spectator sport anymore. They're
gonna beat our ass because we're not doing the work. There wasn't enough people. When I was telling people to sit on the couch and not be out in the streets because the military had taken it over, I'm the one who got you the ass beating, America. Me, Scott McKay, Illuminati Scotty.
War. Most of you don't get this. This is war. This is asymmetric, unconventional war that you have never seen. Biometric warfare. This is war on all levels. You've been conditioned to think that soldiers have to line up and they have got to just start firing guns and blowing shit up.
Again, he can't get away from trying to make himself a... Scott wants nothing more than to go back in his life and somehow beg, borrow, or steal and not hide from joining the military, actually get in. He's going to even say, you think that, soldiers have guns and bombs and they're out here fighting and shooting. Not anymore, folks. This is the real battlefield and we are the real soldiers. Stupid shit. That's why he's got the Purple Heart. That's why he uses all the military lingo. That's why he calls his dad the general and calls his people the army. He wants nothing more. He can't go back in time, so now he's got to make everything seem like he's the cool guy who used to be in the military.
That's a war. It's a whole different world now. All levels. You've been conditioned to think that soldiers have to line up and they have got to just start firing guns and blowing shit up. That's a war. It's a whole different world now. It's a whole different world. Information warfare, cyber campaigns against all of us trying to get the truth. People that are paid opposition agents for the other side, attacking me, like the little basketball-headed basement bitch with his
paid opposition for the other side. Paid opposition for the other side.
Guns and blowing shit up. That's a war. It's a whole different world now. It's a whole different world. Information warfare, cyber campaigns against all of us trying to get the truth. People that are paid opposition agents for the other side, attacking me, like the little basketball-headed basement bitch with his goofy glasses on, the redneck that's losing his house and had people.
Oh, come on now.
Do a show to help him raise money to save his house because he's a loser, because he's either dark energy or paid. This is what war is.
I'm dark energy and paid loser. He said, now I will admit this, okay? I'm going to take my glasses and my hat off for just a second. I don't personally think that I look like a basketball. Hey, Beer Man, McDaniel bought you 3 6-packs. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't think I personally look like a basketball. I think that's too far. I think you went over the top. I have invited you on multiple shows to debate you. Never to ask you for anything except when I tweeted you and I said, hey, Scotty, you still supporting veterans who are getting fucked over by people and are going to end up being homeless? Because that's me now. You wanna stand by your word, or you want to be the hypocrite you've always been? And you made the decision to be the hypocrite. We knew it was coming. And I do not look like a basketball. As soon as I put on my glasses and hat, I look just like this, but with glasses and a hat. Jesus Christ. Oh, Sports Bra Scotty out here. Scotty Illuminati calling me out, saying I look like a basketball. Get out of here. It is true that I did lose my house through a contractual loophole that was used against me. It kind of sucked. I kind of ruined my credit trying to get my disability. It was a long, drawn-out fight with the VA to get my disability. We lost everything. So I was in a home that I was buying that I was buying basically like rent to own. I had 10 years to finance it in my own name. Through a contractual loophole, I lost the home and they sold it when the market took an uptick and they thought they could make some money. So someone put together a GoFundMe for me, and hopefully to get a down payment. I'm trying right now to get my kids and my wife in a home. We're living in a camper right now because that's all we have. So that is true. I wouldn't say I beg. If you want to donate, donate. If you don't. But I definitely not paid, or I probably would have bought a house. Definitely not a basketball, or you would see that. Okay, you would see that. Not a basketball. Are you kidding me?
Looks different, or the people that infiltrated anything that we're doing to try to destroy the message, or to try to throw us off our game. This is the kind of war it is, folks. There's really crafty, very smart, sophisticated people, even in what we call the truth community.
I live in his head. Every time he gets spooled up and gets excited, it always comes back to me. He's so scared of what I've got to say, or always on the offense. I don't know what it is. But when he gets mad and gets on a little rant, I'm always in it somewhere. Always. David Nino Rodriguez will literally ask you to send 50 cents to D-Rod at Venmo while he has to tell you and apologize for the noise in the background because his third bathroom in his home is being remodeled. And he'll say, even 50 cents helps, man. Even 50 cents. Send me 50 cents, $1, whatever you can do. Guys, sorry about the noise in the background. We're remodeling our third upstairs bathroom.
You think that they're one of us. And they're not. They're here to light fires, grass fires under the real truth tellers. We now have.
I never expect the point of sending my GoFundMe to Scott was, one, I knew he'd talk about it. 2, all publicity is good publicity. And 3, I wanted to prove he's a hypocrite. He said nothing hurts him more than seeing veterans fighting a foreign war only to come home and be treated like shit and end up homeless. That nothing hurts him more, and he's not passionate about anything more than that. And I said, Scott, what about me? I'm a veteran. I'm about to be homeless. I'm losing my house through a fucking bad deal. I don't have the credit right now because I lost everything fucking with the VA while they were fucking me over. My credit went to shit. What about me? It was only to show his hypocrisy. And it worked. I knew it would work. It's because I'm always 10 steps ahead. I'm playing 5D chess.
The bioweapon that's being launched on all of humanity. We get the spike protein, the mRNA killer shot, the gene-altering weapon. This is the kind of war we're fighting here. And what does that mean? That means everybody has a stake. It's not just soldiers getting killed now. Wartime's up, you're home safe, you're good.
Hey, it's not just soldiers getting killed now. Listen to this. Listen to this. And tell me he cares about veterans. Fuck this dude.
On all of humanity. We get the spike protein, the mRNA killer shot, the gene-altering weapon. This is the kind of war we're fighting here. And what does that mean? That means everybody has a stake. It's not just soldiers getting killed now. Wartime's up, you're home safe, you're good. You're protected because our best and brightest men and women are going to go do the fighting for you. Not anymore.
Wartime's home and you're safe. Scott, do you know the suicide rate of veterans? Do you know what's going on when veterans come home? Do you know how many people have been lost to stuff that they didn't handle over there, couldn't handle over here, and took their own life? What do you mean you're home, you're good?
Not anymore. Casualties aren't out there in the battlefield anymore. They're right here in your own home, right where you sleep. There's where casualties are happening. I know. I have a devastating one personally.
Yeah, we all know you killed your dad. All right. That's it. We actually watched this video before, and we got to the point where he said basketball headed bitch, and I got sidetracked and I skipped the best part. I didn't know he was going to describe me to a T. The only response he's ever had about me sending that tweet was what he just melted down right here. That's the only time I've ever heard him talk about it. I might have missed it if he talked about it any other time, but that's the only response I've ever had. I don't know if Liberty Warrior may have may have reached out to him and asked him to come on the show for me, but I know I didn't. And I don't think Liberty Warrior would have, because Liberty Warrior asked me one time, like, so you're all just doing this for fun and jokes, like you don't actually hate these people, blah, blah, blah. And I said, the only person I have a 100% issue with, a legitimate issue, it's not settled, it's not jokes, I don't want to fucking have a conversation with you, I don't want to pretend to be friends with you, is Scott McKay, because of what he's doing, claiming to be supporting these veterans and selling Purple Heart fucking mugs with Q's on them, and claiming to support these kids, never done shit for kids, but selling a shirt that says, "Save our kids from the tunnels. My kids are not for sale. Where are the tunnels?" That's bullshit. Not only is he giving out Purple Hearts to his friends, he sells a t-shirt and a mug with a QAnon Purple Heart
on it. Fuck you, Scott.
Fuck you, Scott. I like that comma, made a good pause in there. Thank you. That is Shart Kroger. A lot of people think that's Charlene. It's actually, her legal name is Shart. Kind of funny, but still. Shart Kroger, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. That was through coltclub.com. But yeah, it's you're not going to come and tell me that you support veterans and then talk the way you do about You're good. You're home. You made it. I'm just going to sell some coffee mugs with QAnon Purple Hearts on them. You don't support veterans, and I'm going to call you out every time. Even if you weren't doing this QAnon stuff, if I would have found you somewhere else, if I would have found you selling, fucking leggings or some shit on Facebook, still would have called you out for your little fucking mug and stunt with the Purple Heart. Anyways, he's got a new video up right now. Let's see if we can grab it. You guys want a real quick comedy break, maybe? Let me get this. Let me make sure I can find this Gene Decode video. It's not there. All videos. Damn, it's not here either. Where's he live streaming the Gene Decode? I have to look in a minute. Let's take just a small comedy break with our good friend Bradford. Let's see if I can get that pulled up for you guys. Yeah, let's try this one. I'll be looking for the Scott video.
On Hurston's channel? Okay, thank you.
All right. I think what they helped me, they made you know what? That's unbelievable. They cut me off, and I'm so thankful they did, because here's why.
By the way, if you're like, hey, Brad, that looks like a gigantic microphone by your face, and your audio still sounds like shit, what's going on? It's because he's not using it. That's the audio through his computer, and for some reason he has a mic hanging beside his head that is non-functioning. It's for looks only.
It was the perfect stopping point before I moved to numbers 2 and 3. Remember I told you I had 3 things tonight? Well, that one is by itself anyway. So now I'm going to do part 2. Take 2. Click. All right. And all you folks saying, I wish I had to come on here for all these announcements, whatever. I mean, do you have to just be rude? You don't have to say that. Can you just be considerate of others? Could you be nice? Is that too much to ask? I mean, you should have put all this on the deal so I don't have to listen to it. Maybe you should get off the feed.
Okay.
You people kill me, man. It's unbelievable.
Stop playing.
All right. Good question. All right. Here's the question. I'm going to answer this one and we'll move on. I saw it right here. Yes, the plus people. Now, no. Well, the VIPs, their dinner's already paid for. They'll have a voucher. The plus will be able to also, there'll be food trucks there, and the plus will be able to have dinner with us as well.
He does absolutely kind of wear his big emotional target on his sleeve, and he. I read it.
Fuck you, Scott. I would rather contribute to Will than contribute to the purchase of the bra you need.
Fuck you, Scott. I'd rather contribute to Will than contribute to the purchase of the bra you need. Thank you very much for that, Kellen. Thank you, Kellen. I appreciate it. Thank you for the donation to the cult. It's always appreciated. He does, I was going to say about Brad, he does wear his, like, a big emotional target on his sleeve, like anybody can poke his. One person in chat says, can we listen to something else? Well, why don't you just not come over here? Look, I'm just a regular guy in a regular $1 million home who drives a regular $80,000 Hummer, who's just making regular $400,000 plus benefits a year on one business and $200,000 on another. Like, I'm just a regular dude and I'm tired of this. Why don't you just go? Okay. I thought I pressed play. Sorry. I'm trying to get a cord out of the way. Mariah laid up here.
Something from the food truck and join in with us. So that'll be great. All right.
What he's saying about the food truck is the VIP tickets to his show came with a meal ticket. Okay, they had a meal ticket with them. The plus tickets, which are the next ones up, were invited to the dinner, but they don't have any food for them. They don't have a plate for them. So you're invited to the dinner, so you either stand there while everybody else is eating, or you can go to a food truck that's going to be there. So if you're a plus guy, they didn't expect you to eat, but if you have to, there'll be a food truck.
All right. So let me get to the other stuff. All right, enough of that. All right, here's the other stuff. I was contacted. Like I said, I've had some crazy things happen over the last 2 days, and it's just been nuts. And one of them was, and I'm glad these people are persistent, because they said they had the worst time in the world trying to get hold of me, and I don't doubt that at all. This last 2 months has been absolutely.
Hey, Beer Man, at Suco, bought you, what was it, 5 6-packs. This is the thank you for making me look like a crazy woman in a small grocery shop in what did that say, in Tokyo? Oh no, you're not out in public laughing out loud, are you? Hold on, I'm gonna go read that because I'm very interested in that. Atsuko is from Japan, right? I think you told me that before. I don't even know if I'm saying your name right, but this is to thank Will for making me look like a crazy woman in a small grocery shop in Tokyo during the basketball segment. Thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it, Atsuko. Thank you. Sorry you look like a crazy person. I apologize.
Something, even when I was running hard in my business, it's just been absolutely nuts. Okay, from sun up to sundown, and late into the night. But anyway, so here's the deal. God has seen fit to bring some people into my life, and one of those is a lady named Tracy Ellis out of St. Louis, Missouri. And Tracy got a hold of me.
Another one of those is a 54-year-old man named Philip and his 12-year-old girlfriend. Now, I don't approve, but whatever gets me more viewers, I'm willing to do it. Oh, okay.
A couple days ago, and laid out some things for me. I don't even understand it all right now. I'm excited about it. And but basically, her and her husband have a radio station, I guess you call it, and they have their own. They have their own towers. They have their own everything, and basically they already had a show, and they were told that they could not talk about certain.
Oh no!
Will, thank you for giving me my nightly sanity. Your show helps me deal with the monsters who come for me in my head.
Oh, I appreciate it, Sarah. I appreciate it. Thank you for that donation. I'm glad my show gives you something. It says it helps her deal with the nightly sanity and helps her deal with the monsters coming for her in her own head. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Kind of like that. This thing we're on doesn't want us to talk about certain things. Okay, and so they said basically, see ya, and went and got their own. Now, you might say, "Where are you getting at, Brad?" I'm gonna tell you right now. Here's the deal. They got they've got access, I think, to they got 3 radio stations, I think. 93.3 out of St. Louis is one of them. Basically, and by I think November, they're going to be able to reach a total of 5 million listeners. 5 million listeners.
Are you kidding me? Brad's going to get, thank you again, Sarah. Brad's going to get 5 million viewers to listen to him?
I didn't say 20,000. I didn't say 50,000 like we get on Facebook or 30 or whatever. I said 5 million. Okay. And here's the thing, and you can download the app. That's right, Karen. So the deal is, and they asked, I don't know why, they asked me to be a part of it. I mean, they've got people on the schedule like Ann Vandersteel, Dan Bongino, Dr. Eric.
Just because 5 million people use a service, that doesn't mean that 5 million people are going to watch you. What do you, are they forced? Are they hostages? Are we dealing with a hostage situation? I feel like we need to get to the bottom of this now.
Pooty, OAN, One American News has a spot with them. And so for whatever reason, God's shit smile down on me, and I'm going to be able to be on that and reach a whole lot more people now with the good news of what we're sharing. So I'm thrilled about it. I'm excited. I'm humbled, and I can't wait to be a part of it. And we're going to get that going here real soon once we get this event out of the way. And, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. And even going to have, and there's going to be some chances for, some of you or some of people that want to sponsor to partner up with me and to be a part of it, to get your product out or whatever on these radio spots. And so it's going to be awesome. I'll tell you more about it a little bit later. Okay. Now let me get to the last one real.
Of course, there's the pitch for the ads. Oh, we're gonna have ads going on. Don't worry, we got ads coming. Wait, if you want to get your business out there in front of some real patriots, we got you covered. Of course.
Some of you or some of people that want to sponsor to partner up with me and to be a part of it, to get your product out or whatever on these radio spots. And so it's going to be awesome. I'll tell you more about it a little bit later. Okay. Now let me get to the last one real quick. Okay. And that is this. We tried to do this yesterday, I guess, or the day before, and they weren't expecting the little talk show nation. They didn't understand how many people we brought to the table, and we crashed their deal. Okay, but it was because it was on the wrong setting. All right, and I want you to understand something. What we're going to, guys, listen to me very closely to what I'm fixing to tell you, because this is going to be revolutionary. No one in America, you hear me? No one in America is going to have what we're going to have access to. That's how good God is.
Nobody's going to have this. Nobody.
We've got a plan.
Sorry, I missed the section. I'm going to back up just a little bit. I missed the section.
It's reach a whole lot more people now with the good news of what we're sharing. So I'm thrilled about it. I'm excited. I'm humbled, and I can't wait to be a part of it. And we're going to get that going here real soon once we get this event out of the way. And, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. And even going to have, and there's going to be some chances for, some of you or some of people that want to sponsor to partner up with me and to be a part of it, to get your product out or whatever on these radio spots. And so it's going to be awesome. I'll tell you more about it a little bit later. Okay. Now let me get to.
Oh no!
Miss my night news.
Yes, thank you, Dark Matters. I'm sure a lot of people miss Night News right now. Where we lost the house and we're staying in a camper or whatever. It's just too crowded and too drawn down together and shit. So the boys still come on and say goodnight. They just don't do their full segments. But I know most people probably miss the Night News. I'm sure. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. $100 in the cult.
The last one real quick. Okay. And that is this. We tried to do this.
Oh, Cyrus is still
yesterday, I guess, or the day before. And they weren't expecting the little talk show nation. They didn't understand how many people we brought to the table, and we crashed their deal. Okay. But it was because it was on the wrong setting. All right. And I want you to understand something. What we're going to, guys, listen to me very closely to what I'm fixing to tell you, because this is going to be revolutionary. No one in America, you hear me? No one in America is going to have what we're going to have access to. That's how good God is. Okay, here it is. We've got a plan we're in the plan. Do not grow weary. Hang with me. Here's what we're going to do. All right, we're so excited to kick in to this new realm. We're taking it to a whole nother level, social media, to a whole new level. And we're going to be able to communicate freely, okay? We're going to be able to, without coded language, without doing this and all this stupidity, all this stuff that we've had to do to try to get around all this crap, those days are over, O-V-E-R.
Oh, okay, sweet.
Okay, we're going to, but basically, this program that we're on right here, the book face, I'd say they're going to be in trouble soon. Okay, they're going to be in trouble for a couple of things, but one of the things is
the book face.
They're going to be a dinosaur. You heard me right. I said they're going to be a dinosaur. Okay, hey, just hold on. Okay, we got some notes here. I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Okay, so we're going to be able to communicate freely without coded language, so we can do the good things we're meant to do and accomplish and go forth. And we're going to do that with unity, and we're going to be able to enhance, our many lives and business functions. We're going to be able to talk and communicate.
He's describing this very weird. What did he just say about the dinosaurs?
Okay, so we're going to be able to communicate freely without coded language, so we can do the good thing. But one of the things is, even if they're still around, they're going to be a dinosaur.
So you don't have to say Valvoline or Vaseline. You can't say vaccination or COVID or Trump. That's weird.
You heard me right. I said they're going to be a dinosaur. Okay, hey, just hold on. Okay, we got some notes here. I want to make sure I'm saying it right. Okay, so we're going to be able to communicate freely without coded language, so we can do the good things we're meant to do and accomplish and go forth. And we're going to do that with unity, and we're going to be able to enhance, our many lives and business functions. We're going to be able to talk and communicate.
I don't know if you guys know this, but if you're on YouTube streaming and you say vaccination or vaccine or Trump or election or anything like that, they instantly ban you. That's why you guys just disappeared. Joel, I appreciate your show, Will. It should give me some relief until my med beds get here. Yeah, they'll probably get there at 5 6-packs. Thank you. It'll probably get there about the same time as your hoodie. Ain't that what you're always aggravating me about? Oh, the hoodie's coming, Joel. Thank you.
With extraordinary security on our own satellites. Our own satellites. Not my own.
What the hell does that even mean? We're going to be on our own satellite. Do you mean servers? Well, I don't. What do you mean you're on your own satellites? Does anybody know what he means?
That with unity, and we're going to be able to enhance, our many lives and.
I mean, even if you're talking about Starlink is internet service. You still need servers or somewhere to host your video at. It's not like everybody logs on and they're like, okay, I want to go to satellite C136-7B-Brad. Put me on Brad's satellite, please. You guys remember when there used to be satellite dishes and you actually had a box that would do the rotation, then the up and down, and you'd push it and the satellite out in the yard would move? You think that's what he's using? He's like, just point this towards America. I need to get something off my chest.
Business functions. We're going to be able to talk and communicate, and with extraordinary security.
He's got to mean servers, because even if you get Starlink, I've looked into it. I mean, you can get it right now. If you get Starlink, that is legitimately just internet. You still have to use like YouTube servers or Facebook server. Wherever you're putting your shit at, it's got to be on a server somewhere so people can access it.
On our own satellites.
Yeah, but if you got up in the they had a letter, like you would go to like Alpha 17 or like Charlie 3. If you got way up there in the letters, you get some of them a free Mel K type shows, if you know what I mean. You guys know Mel K all over the bed and the floor, the couch, the pool table, the salad bowl, the sink, the dishwasher, twice in the floor, over the trash can. You know what I mean on nitroporn.com?
Our own satellites, not my own, it's theirs. But what I'm saying is Google and Bookface can't touch us. They can't touch us. Can't touch this. All right,
What? Oh shit! What the fuck was that? What was that? Hold on.
Lights. Not my own, it's theirs. But what I'm saying is Google and Bookface can't touch us. They can't touch us. Can't touch this. Can't touch this. Sorry. Had a little.
No, we're going again.
Can't touch us. They can't touch us. Can't touch this.
Can't touch this.
I had a little. They can't touch us. Can't touch this. Can't touch this.
Hammer time.
Sorry, had a little.
It is in fact hammer time, Brad. But you didn't know that it was me and the meat hammer showing up. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna be taking you to the.
I think that the Phildophile has a contact or an association or someone that he knows that also knows Lynn Wood. And Brad is under the wing of Lynn Wood, and I think that's how they're having this backdoor communication, this and that, blah, blah, blah. That's why they keep saying the same shit. But the meat hammers can touch you wherever you're at.
Sorry, had a little moment there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna be taking you to the best place.
There's another musical reference in here. See if you can find it.
That we can find anywhere on the planet, where your computers will not be hacked, and where they will be secure. Do you know if you get on a Zoom right now? If you get on
this is a lie. Listen,
Zoom, or if you get on any kind of platform right now.
If you get on a Zoom, or if you get on any kind of platform right now, any platform, if you get on a Zoom or literally any platform, let's see what he says next.
Any kind of platform right now, the Chinese, the whoever can get your information. Okay, how many schools, how many businesses are are on Zoom? I've used it a lot of times. They can just steal all your information.
If you get on any platform right now, the Chinaman will take your information. Any platform. Brad's platform, which I think is called BigDaddyBrad.com, Facebook, Bookface, TubeU, Pornhub, any platform, the Chinaman swoop in and take all your money out of your credit cards and your bank account. They stole 2 separate vials of sperm I had frozen in case we wanted kids later down the road. They're dirty motherfuckers, honestly. And I was using the YouTube Kids app, and they got my sperm.
Those days are going to be over, okay? And here's the deal. We're going to be able to do tons of things, okay? Somebody put super freak over there.
Uh-oh. What do you mean somebody put... Describe to us why you have this weird, sadistic laugh when you said super freak. Let's hear your explanation here. The deep, dark boogeyman web.
That's going back in the day right there, boy. Some of you don't know what we're talking about. It's not just the song. There's more to it than that. We'll save that for another time, though.
What? Someone said super freak. You guys don't know about that. That's back in the day there. It's not just the song. There's more to it than that. Brad also refuses to eat wonton and egg rolls. That's right. He won't even go in a parking lot of a strip mall. It's got a Chinese buffet in it. He'll get robbed. He knows it. Brad has secret code name Super Freak. What's going on here?
It's not just the song. There's more to it than that. We'll save that for another time, though.
Oh, was it when Mel was rubbing you up and down while she was blitzed out of her mind, clearly on the verge of alcohol poisoning, and she's like, "I love doing interviews with you. Your fan base is awesome. I got fans. I got channels. You got channels, Brad? Brad, you got channels? Have you ever looked me up on nitroporn.com, Brad?" What?
Like maybe in Kentucky.
Code name Super Freak.
Okay. But anyway, you're going to be able to, and here's the deal. It's going to be free, just like Facebook. Okay. If you're using a laptop or your desktop. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Now, you can use a mobile device such as your phone or your iPad, but in order to do that, and it's okay to do that, but in order to do that, Apple and Google, okay, because you have to go through their door to use their don't worry, they can't mess with it. I'll explain all that later. But the bottom line is to use it on your phone or iPad, it costs $1.99 a month. Okay. So $2 a month if you want to access it through your phone or iPad, which is nothing. But you can't even buy a Coke for $2. But anyhow, you don't have to do that. It's all for free if you use the laptop or your desktop. And but here's the deal. I'm going to be coming on tomorrow during the day, and I'm going to be coming on and I'm going to do a live. I'll also probably put up a screenshot of something or whatever, but there's going to be a QR code.
What did he say about going? Hold on.
Now, here's the thing. Now, you can use a mobile device such as your phone or your iPad.
Okay.
But in order to do that, and it's okay to do that, but in order to do that, Apple and Google, okay, because you have to go through their door to use their don't worry, they can't mess with it. I'll explain all that later. But
that doesn't. Are you trying to say that they'd have to get a download from the App Store, which is not actually true? You can download from unknown sources and install APK files. That's what I did on my Telegram. I got the real Telegram app on my phone rather than the Google version of the Telegram app on my phone. But what door?
Bottom line is to you.
Why do they let these people who have never seen a computer, they just know they sat down and it's still on from when their child left it on, start explaining the technology, the ins and outs of how to get through the system? It sounds like fucking Lindell at the symposium. We got the packets. You guys know what the packets are. They're the capture packets. We're sending the original capture packets to the packet people, and the packet hackers are going to hack the packets. I'll give you $5 million. Oh, wait, we're taking that off the table. I'm sorry.
Use it on your phone or iPad. It costs $1.99 a month. Okay. So $2 a month if you want to.
$2 a month to listen to Brad on your phone. I don't think it's worth it, dude. I just don't.
Phone or iPad, which is nothing. But you can't even buy a Coke for $2. But anyhow,
I think a canned Coke is definitely less than $2. I think a bottled Coke is less than $2.
You don't have to do that. It's all for free if you use the laptop or your desktop.
I'm pretty sure they're like $1.79.
And but here's the deal. I'm going to be coming on tomorrow during the day, and I'm going to be coming on, and I'm going to do a live. I'll also probably put up
can't touch this.
Something. But there's going to be a QR code that it's going to be very simple, and you just be looking for it. You're going to use a QR code.
Atlanta Fried, I saw a comment you left the other day, and I was very curious. Are you a restaurant or a food reviewer, or what? What is it with that name you got, Atlanta Fried?
Code, and it'll take you straight to it. Okay. Again, this is from stem to stem. They own their own satellites in space. Okay, and we can hold up to 1 million people on here. 1 million. Okay.
Yeah, it probably depends on what state you are too. Like, I'm pretty sure all of our drinks are either $1.79 or $1.89 plus tax, but we got reduced tax on grocery items, and that is technically a grocery item.
This is insanity. This is insane. 1 million people on a.
I thought it was 5 million.
Oh, mercy, this is going to be.
What do you mean 1 million or 5 million?
And there's no censorship. Zero. We can say whatever we want.
That's right, Jacob.
We can tell the truth. And that's what we're about. Telling the truth, spreading God's word, spreading God's love. And
oh, okay. I was hoping you were like a food truck reviewer or something. That'd be cool.
Truth of what's going on out here in the world today.
Turns out you're just boring. You could have warned me ahead of time so I didn't look like a dickhead over here. It's just good.
And so it's we're excited. We can't wait to. What happened to your website, Brad? Somebody asked that. Thank you for asking that, David. My website is great right now.
We've never actually used it, but it's there, okay? Now, when Brad first started, now listen, I have a history with Brad as well. When Brad first started streaming, I felt bad for Brad. I thought someone has went in and convinced him of this, and he doesn't seem very smart. I'm not being mean. I mean, he's wealthy. He's made a lot of money in pyramid schemes, blah, 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 whatever, allegedly. But he just didn't seem very smart. So I said, when I saw him, like, it seems like he's struggling. He couldn't get his stream to work. He was streaming with another guy. Different things are going on. I had somebody in my chat that knew him personally, and they're like, he's not a bad guy. I promise. Don't be too hard on him, blah, blah, blah. I reached out to him, and I said, hey, I'll help you with your audio, and I'll help you get your stream set up. No questions, no fees. No, I'm not going to adjust your content or whatever. He looked at, I'm assuming he looked at my content and blocked me immediately. So I went to my wife's account and I said, hey man, I'm not saying anything negative about you, and I haven't yet. I just watched one of your videos, but I'm serious. You don't have to cover what I cover. You don't have to do what I do. You could just, I'm just reaching out to you because I'll help you. And I sent him another message. He blocked me again and did a show. And on his show, he claimed that he was contacted by an evil spirit. And then he went to have this guy. He told us that he was getting a website built. Now, Brad gets a lot of traffic. He does get a lot of viewers, or at least he used to. I don't know. It's hard to see his numbers now because he's all over the place. He used to get a lot of viewers. And a lot of traffic. The more traffic you have coming to your website, the more expensive it is to host it. And it can get really high up there. Like a lot of money. When you're talking like, 100,000, 200,000 views, you're talking about a lot of money coming in there, especially for a live stream, not a recorded video, live stream. So he did a fundraiser and started raising money to build his own website because YouTube, Facebook was silencing him because he was speaking too much truth. It wasn't because he was violating the terms of service, which he was, but it was because he was speaking too much truth. Okay? He said he raised $6,000 to build his website. Now listen, I've seen Brad's website. I used to build websites for businesses, and depending on how big and how fancy they were, like Brad's website, I probably would have charged anywhere from like $3,000 to $4,000 for. But it was not a website that was set up for a mass number of people. It would be for like a super small business in a small town. That's what it would hold. And if you had a special going on one day and you got 5 times the viewers for that one day, it would hold. But if not, there was nothing. there's no way he's going to host that. There's no way he's going to have the capacity to have that many people live viewing. So he launched his first show and it failed, and he launched another show and it failed, and he launched another show and it failed. And I reached out to him and I said, hey man, you're going to have to spend at least, I don't know, probably 5 times that amount to get a couple 100,000 people watching your live stream and have chat and have integrations and have donations and have everything going on. Well, he blocked that account too and reported me to Facebook. Since then, his website's never worked. I mean, there's old videos on his website and there's a merch shop on his website, but he's never been able to get the live streaming to work right from his website. Actually, the other night, he's like, this is my last show on Facebook. I'm done with them. They blocked me for the last time. Screw it. We're done. We're going to our own brand new platform. And then the next message that came through his Telegram 7.5 minutes later said, everybody back to my wife's Facebook. It's not working again. And the first clue that it probably wasn't going to work is he kept talking about his internet guy. His internet guy. Now, I don't know if you know this, but anytime you poke at somebody on the internet, the first thing they say to you is, oh, you're probably in your mom's basement, living in your mom's basement, just picking on people. Oh, mom's basement. Well, this time I was in my studio. I wasn't even in the camper. I had a nice studio in the old house. Like one corner of the kids' playroom was my studio. But his website developer, his website guy, he said, I got a good website guy, man. He's working on it. He's going to have us online in no time. It's just a lot of work to do. And it's just him. Well, that's not true. He has one person that works for him. It's his mom. He still lives with her. How am I going to be the guy living in my mom's basement when that's your website guy and your website's never worked? Where do you... If irony was a sharpened spear, how many people would be shish kebabbed by now?
But here's what we're going to do. I'm not going away from the website, but we're going to be doing the lives on this new platform I'm talking about, and then we'll be recording them and placing them onto my website as well as Rumble, and other places or whatever. But and you're still going to be able to go to the website and get all the gear or whatever and do other things and look at a lot of stuff. Here's the thing, it's the $1.99 a month thing is not something from this platform. It's Google and Apple. They're the ones charging that. Okay, if you want to use your phone. So, but we're going to get everybody hooked up on it. I'm going to come on tomorrow. And I'm going to give you the information so you can be ready for our first big viewing tomorrow night. Tomorrow night we're going to look to do it. That's what our plan is to have our inaugural first show tomorrow night on our new platform. And tomorrow during the day I'll come up and I'll give you the information you're going to need to get ready, to have time to get ready, to get it all worked on your computer where you'll be ready to go tomorrow night. Okay? So that is the deal. And I just can't tell you how excited I am. We're going to be, this is going to, guys, let me tell you something. This is way better than Rome.
If we're going off past experiences, I just don't think it's going to work.
This is way better than what we're on now. This is way better than Telegram. This is way better than anything.
We can check and see. Anything. Hold on. It's very hard I had to go in through a couple different back doors. Let me see. But yeah, this was last night's show. I just thought it was funny that he thought he was going to have 5 million viewers. Then suddenly that automatically went to 1 million. He's never even been able to get a live stream to work on any of his own shit. Heads up, big change of plans. Oh, God. Here we go. Kristen Mayback Barton. It's an emergency, guys. It's an emergency. Mercy.
Hello, everybody. Hope you can hear me well. Welcome to our...
Yeah, I actually have to go through 2 different back doors or 2 different things to get there because Facebook has my IP banned, probably from some of Brad's reports. So when I try to make like a burner account, I can't just go make a burner account. It automatically deletes all those except for my personal file and Mariah's personal one. So I have to go through something into Facebook and then make sure I'm logged in that way to get into my burner account. Because if I log into it straight, it deletes it automatically.
Abbreviated show here. We've got something urgent happening that I'm going to share with you, and I'm going to ask for your help here. Okay?
Oh, God. Why would we need to help you? Like, okay, listen. If there's something wrong with your family, if it's a medical emergency, if, something like that, I feel bad for you. I'm not going to make fun. I'm not going to pick, blah, blah, blah. I understand that kind of stuff happens. I have no ill will towards anybody. But if it's so-and-so has been taken down from YouTube, and I think we should all go follow Lynn Wood's channel.
No one in my family. Everything's good here. Okay?
Yeah, it's kind of like it is a VPN that I set up myself. It's not one that I pay for.
But there's somebody in the Patriot family. Okay? And I'm going to read this just to make sure that I'm giving the proper information. Okay? I'm going to let a few more people come on here. Hi, Cheryl Murphy. Ron Gibson in the house. Dana Holton, Fig Newton, Dwayne, Joe Craig, Sandy Doherty, Christy Fraley Whiting, Annie Ephraim.
It can't be too important if we're still doing hellos.
Can't wait to see you thirsty. That's right. Can't be working nonstop.
Still advertising our show.
Get stuff done to get to Kentucky, and a lot of stuff happening. But all right, we got about almost 8,500 on here, so I'm gonna go ahead and start.
That's right.
Here's the deal. Okay.
All that distortion.
We're not gonna have a normal show tonight. All right, and there's just too much going on. But here's the first thing. Okay, and this is where I need your help, if you can. Okay. All right, I got a call from Miss Glenda Papu, who let me know a little bit earlier that we got a patriot in trouble.
Miss Glenda Papu?
Okay.
Are you saying that right?
If you can. Okay. All right, I got a call from Miss Glenda Papu, who let me know a little bit earlier that
I wish my last name was Papu.
In Nashville. Okay. And so I'm just going to read it right here to you. Make sure you get it right. Okay. A healthy 36-year-old bodybuilder tested positive for you-know-what on Thursday of last week and was told to go.
So I'm going to go ahead and tell you right off the bat, I had a guy that I served with who is also bodybuilded before he got in the Army and then after he got out. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that COVID does not matter if you're a bodybuilder. It killed him. And one of the things that happened is some of the supplements and stuff he was taking, a lot of those guys actually enlarge their hearts and it works less efficiently. They also don't breathe very well. I don't know if you've seen a big bulked up guy just moving around, used a lot of energy, and he gets out of breath easily like a fat guy would. I mean, they're still strong. A lot of them can still run and stuff, but they lose breath very quickly. And an enlarged heart, those right there are 2 things that elevate. I'm sure mine is. Look, I'm not going to lie. When I was in high school, I would fucking took some juice to get over some injuries, some HGH and shit. Like, it was part of it. So I'm sure I suffer from the same thing. But those are 2, probably not as bad as someone who did it continually for years and years and years and years and years. But those are 2 of the risk factors that make the pandemic worse on you. Is the breathing and the heart.
Go to ER immediately to be put on a vent. He refused. They sent him home with no meds. The next day he was having breathing issues and his wife took him to the ER in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. They told her he had to be admitted, and she has not been allowed to see him since. She has medical power of attorney, and they both made it very clear he was not to be put on a vent. He has been in ICU ever since with no IV fluids, no water, and no food. They were only giving him pain meds, hydrocodone. The doctor insisted he be on the vent, and the wife is fighting for his life.
Hey, Beer Man. DCEngleman.com bought you 3 6-packs. Basket head was the funniest thing since I can't say that, but that was funny.
Doctor told her he didn't care about her power of attorney. He would do what he wanted. His oxygen falls to 60% off of the oxygen, and
I don't see that happening. They must be going to a very strange hospital where the doctor says, "I don't give a fuck what you want. I'll do it my way." Right out there in the open. Like you might have some doctors do some shady shit, but I don't know if they declare it right out in front of God and everybody.
CPAP. He has finally been taken out of ICU, but no treatment other than mentioned earlier. An attorney with Tennessee stands is going to help intervene, but the hospital refuses to allow the man to leave, and he needs a doctor in the Nashville area. We need a doctor in the Nashville area to come and take over. If you know of anyone, this is life and death for this husband and father of 3. Please help.
We need a doctor to come in. So he's trying to leave AMA. I guess they won't let him leave unless he's under a doctor's care. Maybe. I don't know. I hate these stories that come from you might think that I'm being cruel or mean, or there's a guy who's fighting for his life. So many of these stories have been false. I know that you people that came from Phil originally or months ago or whatever would understand, but like the cancer patient stuff that he himself had going on, so many of these stories had come out as false. Just so many of them. It's hard to fucking care about these people when they keep putting out these lies, and it turns out that what actually happened was something completely different. He assaulted 2 nurses and did this, did that. They held him at gunpoint. He's actually in jail. He's not even in the hospital. They're always fucking some bullshit with them. They can't just tell the story and get help.
36 years old. Okay, so if you know of any doctor up there that could help, because they're not letting him out or anything, I'm telling you right now, friend, do not. Well, you do what you want to, but I can tell you right now, I would not be going to a hospital.
I think, at least around me personally, I'm insulated from what a lot of you guys, what do you guys see? Because I'm small town Tennessee, blah blah blah. It's they ought to be able to. They ought to be in a town like Nashville, as big as it is. They ought to be able to find a doctor that'll take at least one that'll take him under his care for his release. But what's happening is she's already got an attorney. She's already threatening to sue. She's already making claims that the doctor said, "I don't give a fuck what you want," blah, blah, blah. She's already making these claims. So when a doctor goes in there, if he's leaving AMA and he has to go under a doctor's care, the moment the doctor steps in there and signs for him, he's basically saying, "Oh, I can keep him alive." And if you don't, well, what do you think she's going to do to you? She's already suing the hospital. She's already got an attorney on retainer. She's already in there trying to start shit. What do you think she's going to do to the next doctor? I don't know if I would take it. You know what I mean? That's too much of a risk. You could ruin my whole fucking life because I'm trying to help your husband.
I don't care if I was about to. I'd have to be about dead. Okay? This is unbelievable what they're doing. Okay? It's just absolutely.
Oh, I was just saying the area I'm in is kind of insulated because it's small town Tennessee, blah blah blah. But the hospitals are really nice and stuff. Everybody, I haven't heard of anybody here locally. It's only these stories from these grifters that come from their fans or whatever. Everybody I know that ended up with COVID ended up going in, getting some meds, sent home, tell them to stay home for 2 or 3 weeks, shit like that. Both my nieces had it. My nephew had it. I believe I had it a long time ago. A boy at Liam's school has it. Some older people, an older couple I know, both got it. Both got over it. None of them were just forced down and the walked into the hospital and also forced a vent on them. Like I don't understand. He called the hospital. He went in. He walked in under his own power. Then suddenly they're like, "You got to be on a vent," and they're just shoving it at him. I don't know. Something else is going on.
I can't say it on here, but you know what it is. Okay, what they're doing to people. So, this is life and death for this husband of a father of 3 kids, 36 years old.
We don't give out medical advice in chat, by the way.
Okay. Please, if you know somebody, if you have a friend that knows somebody that you can call, get a hold of us. Come on here. I want you to. I tell you what. If you can't reach me on here, if you can't reach me by messenger, okay, or whatever.
That's true. I hope he gets the help and support and doctor and everything he needs. I've grown very cynical of any of these stories just because of the way they always turn out to be fucking false lies. Either a cash grab or someone trying to cover their mistakes they already made, or it's not the full story and there was other shit going on.
Or email. Then I want you to email Glenda Papu. I'm going to spell it for you. Glen as in nose, D as in dog, A as in apple. Glenda Papu. P as in Paul, A as in apple, P as in Paul, P as in Paul, U as in umbrella.
Papa you.
Glenda Papu.
Papa you.
.com.
Yes, Papa you. I got it.
Okay, if you can help, if you know anyone, we've got to get him to a doctor. We've got to get a doctor to go over there in the Nashville area. Okay, so I will also post that here in a few minutes. Okay, now here's the next thing. I was on the phone today, or
I found out in my 30 some years on Earth that if you have someone in the hospital and something messes up, and you threaten immediately with a lawsuit, especially if you sew up with a lawyer or some shit like that, you'll get some people to straighten up, and a lot of times you'll get people to treat you really, 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 really well because you're already there until the next time you come back, or until you need a different doctor, or until you need a consult from a different group. And then, of course, they're hesitant to even talk to you. They've already heard that you're suing this person, suing that person, raised hell, blamed this person, did that, blah, blah, blah. I don't know.
On a video conference today for a couple of hours with this new setup.
That's awful, Casey. I'm glad she came home.
My plan, as I told you, was to come on during the day and give you some information. That way you'll be ready for tonight. And we're going to do the first show tonight. And it's all going to be glorious. Well, as you know, they don't call me Mr. Technical Difficulties for nothing. Okay? So let's just say I'm a slow learner. All right. So with that said, I'm going to be giving you some information as soon as I can. Okay. About this. But right now.
So he still doesn't know how to get on the new website.
Everything's good to go. We're just not doing it tonight. I'm telling you, this is going to be the new thing in social media.
God.
It's going to put a lot.
This is the brand new thing. You can't get hacked. The Chinese can't get in there with their mysterious buffets. How do they eat so much and stay so skinny? They can't get into your Pornhub saved videos. Hey, buddy, you want to say? Hold on. Let me turn this off. Hold on just a second, guys. Ollie wants to say goodnight. Let me turn this down. Hold on. I'll put it in your mouth. Come here. I'll put it right up to your mouth when it's time to talk. Here. Ready?
Ollie with 99 News.
Ollie with 99 News. What'd you do today? I heard there was a fire. Hey, what did you use my flashlight to look at?
A wolf. Cause it there has shot
a snail.
No, it had
a slug.
Yes.
Okay, a slug.
Cause there has shell on it.
It don't have a shell on it. That's right.
It has shell on it.
It did have a shell on it.
Yeah.
Slugs are no shells.
Okay.
Okay. And what else? Did you go to the laundromat?
Yeah.
What'd you do at the laundromat?
Laundry. Of laundry at a delicious laundromat.
I washed the water.
Oh, yeah?
What?
Launchers were broken, yeah.
They were broken?
Yeah,
Hey.
because Bill went into the bill all.
Okay. Everybody wants to know how you like your camper.
Silma.
You like it so much?
Yeah.
You have fun living in the camper, don't you?
Yeah.
And we can have fires, and there's chickens. What about your bed? Do you like your bed?
Yeah.
You hide back there in the back because it's got a cubby hole, don't you? You hide away in the back and watch your tablet? Talk.
Yeah, it had jail.
Has a chair.
No, it had jail.
Square.
Hole.
Square hole, yeah.
Oh, way too whole
And you
crazy.
hide in there, don't you?
No, I don't take it. I don't take it or it.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You want to tell everybody, say love you?
Love you. Bye.
What's your name?
You with that?
Ollie with the 99 News. Thank you. Sorry the segments are short while we're in the camper, but we'll get back to the normal segments soon. Thank you for hanging out with Ollie. He likes to talk about it. I think the kids kind of think, I mean, it's not the greatest that we're in a camper, but we do have a roof over our heads, and I think the kids think we're more on a vacation than they think that we're, lost our home. But we're working at it. Thank you for hanging out with Ollie. Let's finish playing this video right quick.
A lot of people out of business, and you are going to have a chance to be a part of this with me. And I have no earthly idea why they are asking me to help launch this. They picked the wrong technical person. But hopefully. So anyway,
definitely the wrong person.
Go through the door God offered us. Understand something.
Jesus.
This is a free service. Okay. The only way it's going to cost you anything, okay, is if you
use our app.
If you choose to access
which everybody's going to do.
Mobile device. As long as you use your desktop or your laptop, okay, computers, it's all free. Now, again,
I don't know why they picked me to be the launcher of the program that I don't understand, but we're going to launch her.
If you want to go through the phone, then it's $1.99 a month. But again, that's not us getting it. That's Apple or Google or whatever. Okay, but again, I understand you're wondering, well, how come? Because I asked that. I said, well, if they
my favorite thing to hear the grifters say is, this isn't my channel. This isn't my fan base. This isn't my listeners. This isn't my donation link. This isn't my YouTube page. This isn't my Facebook. This is God's. And then the first time someone says something or complains or asks a question, hey, this is my channel and I do what I want. Oh, okay.
They can't touch us, then how can we have to use their app or whatever? Listen, you don't have to use their app. Okay.
And touch this.
You're going to go through the App Store, but basically,
No.
But you can do it on your phone and go through there. But then you are on our site, and you can just use your email. You don't even have to go through Google or Apple or Facebook or any of that. Okay. So again, we'll talk about that more later. All right. But it's going to be the thing of the future. I cannot even begin to tell you how excited I am about it. Okay. Next thing. All right. Next thing. The next thing is this: the radio spot with 93.3 FM out of St. Louis. And I'm going to read this as well to make sure I get it right. I haven't had time to look over it all. Everything is happening so fast, I can't. Oh, my gosh. All right. So a lot of you, they said y'all are blowing up their app and blowing up their. Oh, okay. Here's the deal. Okay, now I'm going to just read this to you. All right. Make sure you get it right. In regards to my new radio show on Real Talk 93.3 FM, okay, got this written out here in Chesterfield, Missouri. It's 93.3 FM and 104.3 FM in Chesterfield, Missouri. That's a St. Louis suburb with Rick and Tracy Ellis. It will start mid-September. It's not started today. Okay, it doesn't start immediately. All right, I've got to because I need to focus on my event this week. I cannot do it right now. Lord knows how bad I am with technical stuff. Okay, so I can't. I'm like a OCD man. I got to focus on one thing at a time. All right, so. But here's the deal. The show will air. My show is going to air Monday through Friday, 9 to 10 p.m. Central Standard Time on the radio. Now, listen to me. Understand something. That does not mean I'm going off the air. That does not mean we're not doing our live where you can look at my ugly face and I can read your comments. None of that's changing, okay? We're still doing all of that. We're just going to also be on the radio, okay, at the same time. Isn't it a beautiful thing? Okay? Or I might do it earlier for you guys and then just record it and have it for the radio later that night, whatever, okay? But again, and I'm likely may even have a Sunday show at the same time as well. Please follow their app, though. If you want to access this, go to their app, and you'll be able to hear all of their lineup and my show. They got a lot of great lineup, a lot of good speakers on there. Eric Naputi, OAN has a program on there. Dan Bongino, you name it. So I'm the little dog on the block here, but they're going to take me in. All right. So, but anyway,
okay. That's I appreciate that.
Mid-September, either next week or the week after. Okay, but it's not right now. But you can go to their app right now. I'd suggest you go through there.
He is getting a little huffy puffy, ain't he?
And get signed up for it. Okay. And again, that's Real Talk 93.3, LS Broadcasting and Media LLC, and look for their eagle logo. Okay, I'm going to say that again. It's Real Talk, if you're looking up in the App Store or wherever, Real Talk 93.3, LS Broadcasting and Media LLC, and look for the eagle logo. Okay? All right? And that's where you'll be able to hear it on the radio and also on the app there. And it's kind of neat. You can listen to it on the app, and you can go through there and play, kind of do what we do here on the on the app with the comments and stuff. So it's pretty cool. All right. So also you can visit their Facebook page or website at realtalk933.com. Okay. They got a Facebook page and they also have a website, realtalk933.com. Okay. And I'm telling you guys, between these two things, the best is truly yet to come. And
oh God,
just say this,
that makes me want to puke.
I want to, I'm going to also be putting all this up in a post, so if you don't have to.
Real Talk 933.com, the voice of freedom. Oh, I was mistaken. It says right here, we have our own satellites, and so do you. Ever heard of the rods of God? They have stuff called Sunrise with Genie Evoked, which is spelled S-O-N-Rise. Tomorrow's News Today with Joe Hoft. Real Talk with Dr. Nepute. Dan Bongino. Echo Chamber with Senator Bill Eigel. Patriot Enclave with Brian Neves, Hot Mic with Deanna Lorraine, The Ben Shapiro Show, The Michael Knowles Show, Real Talk with Dan Ball, In Focus with Stephanie Hamill, The Jessica Laurent Show, and Bards FM. Ooh, it's good right here. I can't wait till you get over there and stop fucking clogging up my news feed.
Go back and listen to it again. All right. Okay. Let me look here.
Yeah, this is all for you. They're paying me a retainer. I make a portion of everybody who signs up to their phone. They're keeping me on board. We're going to take donations still. I'm a fucking millionaire, but I did this for you guys.
Okay. All right. So here's the other two things real quick. We are working hard.
That's actually a misdecipher from the QAnon thing. When it says watch the water, they got some of it right, but it was actually watch out for grifter. Watch out for grifter.
And it's coming down to the wire, and I'm doing all I can.
Plural.
We're working hard to get the event on Friday and Saturday, not Thursday, but Friday and Saturday. We are looking to get the event live streamed. Okay. And we're working hard on it. We're trying to pull it together, okay? I'm hopefully I'll know something later tonight or tomorrow morning, but we're trying to do everything we can because I know there's thousands of people out.
Damn, Discernment Files. You working for Phil DeFiles, the Silver Scheme? Brad, can you spot me $5K and I'll pay you back $2K? That sounds about right. But it's in silver.
And, so we're trying to...
Wait. What you don't understand is if you pay me $600... I'll send you back $200, and you're going to say, but Will, it sounds like I lost $400. But didn't I tell you it's $200 in silver? Yeah, I thought you'd change your mind.
To get the live stream done, okay? Stand by for technical difficulties. All right. Also, if you're going to be at the event, we've got some new T-shirts that I'm going to be introducing to the collection, and one of them has to do with some problems I have, and I think you're really going to like them. And so anyway.
Oh God, he's got merch that say, I can't run my own stream. I got technical difficulties. Oh, awesome. So this is some badass merch you got.
We need help. If you know anyone in the Nashville area that's a doctor.
Oh, Phil's liver. I didn't even think about that.
At gmail.com, or you can send me something at B. Barton.
Listen, guys, if you believe this story and you want to help out, I think they said it happened in Las Vegas or something. You can reach out to Glenda Packmoose at yahoo.aol.com, and thank you, guys.
.rtl at gmail.com, or you can hit me here on Messenger, either in my wife's or mine. I'll try to check them tonight. Okay. So anyway, so with that said, I want to ask you to those of you, if you don't know somebody, that's okay.
Erectile dysfunction T-shirt. I got some new merch. It has to do with the problem I've got, and then it's a shirt with Brad's face on it. It just says, "My dick won't work." Introducing you to my softer side, erectile dysfunction.
For this husband and father of three that desperately needs help. Pray that God would heal him, touch him, and pray that God would send the right doctor to get him out of there. All right. I also talked.
I don't think God likes what you're doing, Brad.
A friend of mine today.
I don't think God likes you being a millionaire and then taking donations from people who can't afford it, who are on Social Security or fixed income or lost their job or their home or whatever. So much so that you wouldn't even buy yourself a $20 Bluetooth speaker when your show first got a few 100,000 viewers, and you made somebody donate it through you in the mail, allegedly, and we watched it happen, allegedly, and it was all on your video, allegedly. I don't think God likes you, allegedly. I think you're on the wrong side, brother.
His wife's best friend's, I think, grandmother. She took it. She took the medicine.
Listen how fucked up we are already. This guy that one of my viewers knows, brother, his wife's girlfriend's grandma. Okay. Sounds like this is a face-to-face conversation you had then, right? Is that what you're saying?
A few days ago, and basically had a let me read. I'm gonna make sure I'm reading it right. I'm gonna say it right. See what it said here. You ain't gonna believe it.
You say what? Suicide over.
Mom,
you guys remember when Brad had that musician friend or whatever that was living out in Vegas, and he was taking up donations for him because he had cancer like 2 years ago or some shit?
Her best friend's mom.
He dumped that guy. He must not have been high profile enough.
After having a blood clot in her brain after taking the medicine. I'm so pissed right now. All of us know it's complications from the vax. Oh, crap.
Well, to be fair, I mean,
but nobody.
She's 92 years old. I mean, she might have had a blood clot from before. No? Not a chance at all?
Nobody's willing to admit it. 2 days after she takes the medicine, she has headaches, and then she needs a brain surgery. Sad. Okay, so I better make the prayer quick before we get shut down. All right, so.
If that's even true.
Thank you for your son, Jesus Christ. Thank you. God, I ask you. Things going on, I believe. There's some things going on behind the scenes, I believe. I don't have anything 100% concrete.
So, to be, okay, I don't want to blow you away with what you donated to. Like, that guy did have cancer, like 2 years before. He is a musician. He is living in Las Vegas. I just don't feel like he was spending the money appropriately from somebody. Like, what he claimed was he couldn't stay in his current apartment. They wouldn't let him bring his rent current, even though he had it. He took donations through his wife's account and then was supposed to forward them, and we never saw receipts for that. He just said, "Trust me, brother in Christ," for some of them. And not everybody donated that way. And the guy who was spending them just didn't seem like he was spending them like a guy who was losing his house. Like, he hired moving companies, and he stayed in a hotel right down on the strip in like a penthouse, like a nice ass fucking hotel room. And like he just did stuff like someone who's like, I would have stayed in the cheapest fucking Roach Motel. I would have moved everything I could myself. If I was on that verge and having to look, I couldn't hire movers. Hell, I mean, I had to get out of my house. I had to put all our shit in storage. I did every bit of it by myself at the storage unit and in transit, and then Mariah worked at the house to load it up so I could come back and get it. We saved money. We're still not buying shit. Like, we're fucking scared to death to spend any money because we don't want to end up fucking homeless. But I wouldn't go and be like, oh, I gotta have a room with a view of the strip. Do you have anything with a garden tub? How about at least 2 bedrooms? Like that seemed weird.
Into it without that, and I don't have time right now because I've got to get off of here and start trying to figure out what we can do to help this man and responding to some things. So if you can help him, please let us know. God bless you. Have a great night. Hopefully I'll have some good news for you tomorrow about the live stream, and I will let you know. Okay. All right. Good night from Chattanooga, Tennessee. This is Brad signing off.
That's right, Deborah. Working on a new recording studio as well. All right. Let's do this. I got to find the other Patriot Street Fighter video. That was Brad's latest video. It looks like he still can't operate any of his own shit. So let's do this real quick. I know you new people don't know this, but I'm contractually obligated to sell fruitcakes for Patriot Street Fighter. So let me go ahead and roll that clip. I get paid 38 cents every time somebody watches this. So, and now, time for an ad in collaboration with PSF. Hello, folks. It's Will here. In collaboration with PSF, I would like to bring you this special announcement to you in an uncertain time. I know that we're all looking for information. The greatest commodity on today's market is information. Where do we find this information? How do we interpret this information that we see? Well, one place that we can look to for this information is our fearless leader, Donald Trump. And we at PSF would like to do a service announcement to let you guys know how to decipher this information. Now, there's a couple things that we all know. When you see Donald Trump with silver hair, it's time to buy silver. Silver futures are going through the roof. It's time to buy silver, no matter what other commodities you own. Sell them, buy silver. This is literally someone of a higher power looking out for you. And we know, or we should know, when you see Donald Trump with gold hair, it's time to buy gold. Forget silver. Sell it all. Buy gold. It's going to go up. You're going to make money. And physical gold and gold futures. Buy gold when you see gold hair. It's pretty simple. But there has been a confusing time for us patriots out there. That time would be when you see Donald Trump with orange hair. What do we do when Donald Trump has orange hair? Think about it, folks. It's not that complicated. When you see Donald Trump with orange hair, I want you to think PSF. Orange, oranges, tangerine, fruit, right? PSF. Everybody knows that PSF stands for Patriot Street Fighter. But it can also stand for Patriot Street Fruitcakes. Make sure you invest in fruitcakes. Physical fruitcakes. Makes sense. Fruitcake futures. Fruitcakes for your neighbors. Fruitcake ingredients. When you see orange hair, when you see the fruit of orange hair, you think PSF. And never forget, Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us for this public service announcement. PSF is fruitcakes, is not associated with Cold Beer Confessional in any way, shape, or form. Please be advised, we cannot condone any activity done with fruitcakes, any money lost because of fruitcakes. If your neighbors hate fruitcakes or you're allergic to fruitcakes, all we know is that Patriot Street Fighter is a fruitcake. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Like I said, contractually obligated to do that. That's 38 cents in the bank, though. C-Chick bought you 5 6-packs. Wish they had an option for more than 5 6-packs. Yeah, I've never even donated through Buy Me a Coffee. I only got it because people that come from Facebook, not YouTube, but if you come from Facebook to my Cult Club donation site, which is basically Stream Elements, it just redirects you there. Like it asks you to sign up for a streaming account. It won't let you donate over there and buy me a coffee, but they work cool. I mean, they're pretty cool to me. Like they never bothered me or did anything wrong or shut me down or anything like that. So that's the only reason I have it, is so people from Facebook couldn't donate because they demonetized me on Facebook. I used to be able to get stars there, I think is what they have. They took it away. Here we go. Will Watt get here in time for Christmas? What's up? Oh, the fruitcakes? If not, I mean, if they come after Christmas, just use them like doorstops. I don't know. This is a Gino Decodo. Thank you for that, by the way, the donation. I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
appreciate all our donations. C-Chick.
Fighter on Patriot Street Fighter 25 on YouTube. We are getting a little bit of an early start here because we have to broadcast tonight on Revolution Radio. I'm just getting ready to pick up those servers right now. And once we have the servers, we're going to let the show go ahead and roll into what it does when the show starts. So just sit tight. I'm going to let all this stuff go ahead and get in motion. So I'm getting finished setting up here. So hopefully everything is working A-OK, tech end. Make sure everything.
Gene Decode's fucking wild, dude. Like he's wild. He's the one who invented the whole there's a prison. Hillary Clinton's in a prison on the moon with other high value targets or inmates under transparent aluminum panels. And I asked, if she's on a prison in the moon under transparent aluminum panels, wouldn't we just see her? Like that's what transparent means, right? Just transparent, like you could see through it. Wouldn't she just be like standing there with a wave at her and shit? They got mad. They didn't answer. Okay, looks like we're having some technical difficulties over here.
Where information never sleeps. Evident that all men are created equal.
Are you just listening to shows?
Events are designed to reduce them under absolute despotism. It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide new guards.
I think that's a crackhead. Got hold of the wrong stuff. Climbed up in a tree, named himself Gene Deco.
We are broadcasting on a global platform. This is the home or the birth canal of Patriot Street Fighter. It is a tipping point on revolution.radio in Studio B.
Gotta do it. This is the Gene Deco, G.I. Jane.
Information warfare platform that gave rise to the message of get in the fight.
I am about 95 to 97% sure that I know who Gene Decode is. I don't want to just put it out there and have somebody harassed or blah, blah, blah. So I'm still doing some background work, but I busted it in about a night. I've got some other people that I wanted to not tell them how I got to it and see if they could figure it out. And so far, one of them's come back and said, I think it's this guy, and it was the same person. So
taking our country and our world back from all the scumbags who have wrecked it since it's been under their control for thousands of years. If you're brand new here to the tipping point on Revolution Radio, I would say brace for impact or put your seatbelt on, because this is the high-octane, full-throttle truth hammer on all of those such people. The politicians, the bureaucrats, the international bankers, specifically the Rothschild-Khazarian mafia banking empire, the Vatican, many governors around the United States, about 35 of them, many state legislatures, mayors, big city mayors, and basically any general issue or basic issue.
Hey, Beer Man, C-Check bought you 5 6X. Oh, thank you again. Miss my night news. Oh, that was from Dark Matters. C-Chick, there was no message on that one. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We're banker in the world that has been beating the hell out of humanity, not just for kicks, but for the rights of their satanic order and the matrix machine they built to keep us enslaved and keep us in a position where they could easily control us. This day for us, I would say, is a special day because, as I say, any day above ground for me, very special day. It's a special day because we have locked down pretty much the dates and locations of the new Patriot Street Fighter Tour that is going to deploy, it appears to be, right here in Dallas on that location back in 1963 where the plan was born. And that is a plan to bring back the United States and of the world.
That's right, Dark Matter.
Of the righteous people, so we can glorify our Creator in a way that was designed to be in a very significant opening of all of creation.
It seems like they're a media company they have a small local market, but I'm sure they're like on iHeartRadio and stuff. I was just reading through their website. I mean, they can't be huge, and the reason I know they're not huge is because if you go to their Instagram, they have like 200 I'm sorry. Hold on. I might even be wrong there. Let me grab it. If I go to their Instagram, they have 200 followers, 30 posts, and they've been around for like 4 or 5 years on Instagram. If you go to their Facebook, I'm sure they got more people because that's more their target area, older, white, conservative people, I'm sure. But let's see what they got. Page transparency. If they've ever run any ads on Facebook. Hold on. They've never run an ad on Facebook ever. Oh, okay. Why wouldn't it show me their followers? They had a post with 1,000 views one time, 83 reactions. I don't know why it won't show me. Oh, they only got 3,000 people following it. 3,600 follow, 3,200 likes. They can't be huge. It seems like they must have some radio area. That's why they got the call sign 93.3. But they're also probably on iHeartRadio or something, and that's why Brad's like, we got the satellites. They can't shut us down. But right now, their programming directory on their website is literally only for Saturday and Sunday shows. Do they not have shows through the week? Show schedule. Let's see. Let me see. Oh, I guess they have a Monday through Friday. They have 2 shows, Monday through Friday. That is Real America with Dan Ball and In Focus with Stephanie Hamill. One is Monday through Friday at 10 p.m., Monday through Friday at 11 p.m. On the weekends, they got a bunch of shows. 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They have more through the week. I guess I was just looking at this week. So they have, on every Monday, they have Sunrise at 5 a.m., Tomorrow's News at 6 a.m., Real Talk at 9 a.m. See, they don't even have a full lineup. 5, 6, then 9. Then we jump to 11 with Dan Bongino, 2 with Echo Chamber, 4 with Patriot Enclave, 6 p.m. with Hot Mike, 7 p.m. with Ben, the 9 p.m. with Michael Knowles, 10 with Real America, 11 with In Focus, midnight with Jessica Laurent, and Bard's FM, which I've heard about before. I thought that guy, Brad's either mentioned him or is friends with him, the Bard's guy. He comes on at 1 a.m. On Saturday and Sunday, they have a lineup that starts at midnight and goes through. They have more stuff on Saturday and Sunday. I will say that. They have more weekend shows. Monday morning, early a.m., they have shows that are at midnight, 1, 2, 3, and 4 a.m. only on Mondays. That's a weird time to have a show. Who the fuck is listening to iHeartRadio at 4 a.m. on a Monday? Or 2 a.m.? I mean, 4 a.m. you could even say, I got to be at work at 5. 2 a.m.?
And that is where we live in an environment where we can all rise to our highest level spiritually. We can ascend.
You used to listen to Bards before? I've heard of him or been on his channel before. I just know that name.
And have come to love.
And I remember he had something that kind of went viral or something.
That means many of us in this day and age do. So this is where I launched the opening salvo on these people that nobody ever seemed to call out, never seemed to title them or label them for the vermin that they are, for all the things that they've been doing to humanity. And we've successfully been able to point these things out in the last 18 months. And it's given us a great reach here with this message because this particular network, Revolution Radio, is a global platform. It attracts people such as my...
He uses the opening salvo a lot. That phrase, the opening salvo.
Many topics, many things.
More than like a normal person you would think would use it.
Media or anybody that operates in this general apparatus. And the reason that we can bring the full throttle truth to you here at Revolution Radio, because it is privately funded by you, the listener. It is validated by you, the listener. And let me just double check here. We have a great guest tonight. By the way, I just want to let you folks all know that we have none other than Gene Decode. If you want
to
intelligence, military style operations that are going on, and these the type of information that comes only with people who have very deep intelligence contacts, who likely has been part of the military for many years, as Gene has. It's an amazing perspective that you get when you're looking at the playing field from the viewpoint of those people who are connected, plugged in, still connected to military special operations teams that can get some real good intel.
I personally don't. Gene Decode sounds like he might have been on a submarine for a couple years, and that's about it. The stuff he says doesn't make sense. The stuff he says isn't tactical. When he's describing something, it's not like I would think. Like the people that I know that are still in the Special Forces community. He doesn't talk like that. He doesn't carry himself like that. He sounds like a guy that may have done some service and maybe even been on a sub, for a year or two. But that might even be pushing it. He sounds like some of our other military gurus who did something and were close enough to pick up a little bit of lingo, but the rest of their stories don't make sense. Not to mention when they tell them in their Telegram and then on this show and then on that show, they change. How did a story that happened today change from Telegram to Facebook to this guy's show to that guy's show? They were all back to back. How's the story changing?
What's going on the ground, but not only that, being able to interpret it in a way that only a military mind can see it, so they can help the population better understand it. He is going to be our guest tonight for the whole show. That is Gene Decode, Gene Kasensei. Many of you know he's the expert on deep underground military bases, all those things that are happening around the world. We're going to get a general picture from him tonight on all that. But getting back to Revolution Radio, people like me,
no one wants Revolution Radio. Let's get to Gene.
It looks like we may be landing in Denver, Colorado, right out of the gate after we do a Dallas event right down here.
Oh, here we go.
Start the 24th.
Listen, we like to keep our stops close together and go boom, 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 right? So we're going to go from Dallas to Denver, Denver to NYC, NYC to Ethiopia, Ethiopia to Tallahassee, Florida, Tallahassee, Florida to Portland, Oregon. I won't be getting out of the bus at all. I just want to see if Portland's still there and if anybody throws rocks at me. Then we're going to go from Portland to Boston. We'll go from Boston to Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee, we're going to talk to Paula Packamoose. She's already got us an event lined up there.
Friday, 5 p.m.
By the way, they already tried this once. Both of them tried this once, RDS and Patriot Street Fighter. They were supposed to go to like 118 stops in like 12 days. Of course, right off the bat, they canceled like 4 stops. 4 stops a day average were being canceled. You can't keep that schedule. Bullshit.
Better work on getting the permits, but it's going to be right there where the plan started, where they took out our man, Vatican, the religious order on the planet, the satanic religious order, are loosening their grip on the narrative that we are the only creation of our creator. Like it's just us humans and there's nothing else out there. Like somebody asked, on the 4chan boards, if we were alone in the universe, and their answer was, consider the vastness of space. Not being able to understand.
Somebody asked on the 4chan boards. That's the pinnacle of human advancement. 4chan. Are we alone? Think of the vastness of space. Q.
That our creator is so magnificent that there is non-terrestrial intelligence extremely advanced.
Think about shutting the hell up. How about that?
Billions of years more advanced.
Did Gene not come on?
Basis. Well, you got to ask yourself which ones, like where, here or off planet. And people don't know that 6 different emotions just by the movement of our face. That's something that's incredibly unique. But the simple fact that somebody asked, and this is what kind of perpetuated this question I have, or this thought that I have, was somebody asked about who builds these military bases. Well, you got to ask yourself which ones, like where, here or off planet. And people don't know that.
Oh yeah, there's a whole entire secret space force that no one knows about that's actually been patrolling the galactic, making federations and joining this and doing that and building secret space bases, and no one knows about them but Scott and a few more people and the thousands of people who bought the science fiction books about them. It's very, very Scientology, Latter-day Saintsy.
its own secret space program called, Solar Warden, which is primarily a research type of operation. And there's the Air Force has what's called the Dark Fleet, which is
that's right, dark matter.
Like very malevolent, interacting with the worst.
Why would the Air Force have the Dark Fleet? Wouldn't the Navy have the Dark Fleet? Wouldn't that make more sense?
Of the
Yeah, I'm putting. Actually, I'm just telling the truth. If that makes their show look bad, what does that say about their show?
Non-terrestrial life, a conquering entity, planet to planet, interstellar travel. They have a hard time getting their head around this. We have the international corporate conglomerate. They've got their deep underground military bases here, and they have their bases off planet in many places, just like Mars. When you tell people, I look at Elon Musk, is he a cabal player? I say 100%. Maybe he changed, but he's talking about going to Mars. If I know that we've colonized Mars decades ago and that there are Americans never set foot in this planet that are born on Mars in these installations there, which most people think you're crazy. Why is Elon Musk talking about let's go to Mars? He knows damn well Mars is colonized, has been for a long time. And, Operation the Brain Drain, all that kind of stuff that created all this. You also have the military industrial complex. There's all these programs out there building these deep underground military bases and these off-planet installations. People have a very hard time getting their head around just what I said, because, they never look at the inaccuracies of anything that comes out of the Bible, or I shouldn't say the inaccuracies, I should say the manipulations of the true word, number one, and the elimination of a number of books from Christ's true message. Same thing. And you go back in history and you can look at how just even the calendar itself back.
I don't know this to be true, and I didn't say this. I heard this from one of Scott's shows. But Scott told me that 13% of the Dark Fleet was responsible for 80% of the space drive-bys. I thought that was a little fucking edgy, to say the least, but that's what Scott said.
Back in that day where whenever every 6 months it would because the calendar was based on we were the center of the universe, mankind, Earth, everything revolved around the Earth. Well, astronomers could tell you that's not wrong. And I think it was Galileo was going to get burned at the stake by his college roommate, the Pope, because he wouldn't recant or retract that the Earth wasn't the center of the universe. It was the sun. Everything rotated around that. To keep their bullshit alive that long, every 500 years it would snow in Rome in the middle of July, so they'd wind a clock back 6 months. You look at all of these things that went on, and people never seem to stop and say, "Wait a minute, this sounds."
Every 500 years. It would snow in July in the middle of Rome, and they would wind the clock back 500 years. Or 6 months. I've never heard that. I know that they had... there's a recording on there's a recording of a time that rain didn't fall in Rome for 5 years. And people even debate whether that's true or not. I've never heard that. You guys ever heard that?
Sounds, feels like bullshit. I think.
Oh, he just said it. It's bullshit.
The thing it is to get people to get their head around, to understand. Number one, there are forces so much more powerful than we can imagine that have been working against us, but there's also even more so.
Scott's a flat earther, I guess. He's a mix of flat earther, but also believes in this secret space force that's doing all this other shit. And I don't know.
So powerful forces working with us, in the angelic realm, in the non-terrestrial realm. I don't care what you call it. It is all a creation of God, Allah, source, whatever people want to call that. But when you started to learn these things and you started to share these things well before today, did you get the same kind of resistance? The resistance must have been epic back then when you started to disclose some of this stuff.
Yeah, 31 years ago, people.
Oh, the whole time he just wasn't showing Gene. I guess we'll just start here. Gene Decode, everybody.
You're totally lost your mind. Because at that time I was already, because of all these spies coming to me. And as I learned and got deeper into this,
all these spies that were coming to him. That makes sense. I bet you the spies were just coming out of the woodwork, weren't they?
The section is off the chart. So, for example, learning about the dumps. Most of the major stuff that started in the 40s is Project Mark Rand, or from the Rand Corporation that built them on Earth. But then you go to the off-world stuff, and then you go to realize that creation is infinite, like God. And so there's an infinite number of beings, some of them billions.
That's right. That's right, Dark Matter. I like that. I'm going to start calling my camper that. By the way, tomorrow, if you want to subscribe to the channel, tomorrow I'm going to have a short. I'm going to give a camper tour. I realized I hadn't done that today when I was videoing the guy who was climbing on the bridge. I was like, man, I haven't even showed anybody the camper. I'll show you the inside of the camper.
This is why we're actually looked at the way we are. You get out there and you find out that the human is looked at as in a very special way. More than just the emotions. We were the first sentient beings created. Then infinite numbers of sentient beings were created. The original genetics we had was 64 stranded, not 2. Ooh. 2 is the simplest you can get it down to. That's dumbed down. Okay. Where you got a ladder, you have to have 2 strands to have the information, the rungs. And you're down of the 64 amino acid carriers, you're down to only 2 pairs.
I think Gene Decode's strategy is that he says stuff at a high enough intellectual level, even if it's wrong. The big words he uses and the stuff he's talking about and the concepts he's explaining, even incorrectly, that he knows the vast majority of people wouldn't even know how to look it up to check him. So when he says stuff like this, when he's talking about the DNA strands and this, that, blah, 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 they may lose 1 or 2% of viewers who are like, no, like I study DNA. That's like my job. Like that doesn't make any sense. But most people are going to be like, oh yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I've seen a ladder before. I'm glad you described it as a ladder because I would have had no idea what you were talking about.
Pairs. You had originally 32 pairs and 64 strands. So in the genetic experience, the 22, that's not to change us. It's species.
Yes, Gene Decode has a PayPal
out there that did cloning and all this other kind of stuff.
And before that, before he was advertising his PayPal, he took it through some weird preacher's foundation fund bullshit.
Back and they've been cloning for a million years. You clone a clone from a clone and a clone from a clone, and you don't keep the originals like in the old days. You had a video.
Listen, clone a clone from a clone and a clone from a clone and clone from a clone. You have no clone originals. Okay. Don't clone the clone.
Copies from a copy of a copy of a copy.
Kill the clone. Oh, a copy of a copy of a clone.
You ever see a movie called
3, 2, 2, 3 Skull and Bones? Skull and Bones.
You got if you want to see a funny view of that message you're talking about, watch the movie called Multiplicity by Michael Keaton.
Yeah, they keep fading. You get genetic fading.
Yeah, he clones himself because he needs help in his life. So he clones.
That's a good example, and that's why they're doing these genetic experiences. They're here to fix the damage they did through genetic fading. But then in the secret space programs, you've got compartmentalization where one part does it. So one part of the U.S. Air Force is actually working since we lost World War II at the Operation High Jump in Antarctica. That we had to sign.
Yeah, you heard that right. Since we lost World War II, since we lost World War II.
A treaty.
You heard
so
it.
They could use the industrial might of our country to build their secret space program. So the Dark Fleet is one side of it, but the U.S. has a lower level program, the American Air Force, the U.S. Air Force, that doesn't even know about the Dark Fleet. And so the Dark Fleet is entirely built by our industrial complex that became the World Industrial Complex, and that is the top of it, the International Corporate Conglomerate, Space Force, or the mission. The military industrial complex is the next level. They get all the best of the best. And then they work directly for the Third Reich that set up New Schwaberland that we went, Operation High Jump was to get rid of, that they totally were wiped out.
Douche Schwaberland. Is that what he just said? Oh, we need to back up. I missed something. Did someone say douche Schwaberland?
Complex. And that is the top of it, the International Corporate Conglomerate, Space Force, or the mission. The military industrial complex is the next level. They get all the best of the best. And then they work directly for the Third Reich that set up New Schwaberland that we went, Operation High Jump.
Yep. Douche Schwaberland.
Was to get rid of, that they
you douche Schwaber.
Totally were wiped out. So then they had to surrender by 1952. First in 47, they did a partial surrender, and they started overflying with their Hanabus, the different big cities. They overflew the White House. They overflew the Capitol building. And so people were seeing that. So they had to do a full-out surrender, and that's why on the floor of Congress you have fasci on each side of the Speaker of the House. That's a symbol of fascism. You have a fascist, it's Sun Tzu's art of work. Get inside, change a country from the inside out. So you have in a fascist system, it's the difference between that and communism is communism.
But if you're using a douche Schwaber, you probably have to work from the inside out. I don't know if there's like a sponge involved, but it would seem like it would be from the inside out.
And you know that the government owns your property out and out, and you are given permission to be there if they want. In a fascist system, you think you do. You don't. You still don't own it. You pay. It's the old feudal system. You pay a fief or gratuity to the king, or the dictator in this case, Sleepy Joe, to be able to get through your income, your taxes, your property tax. All that is a gratuity to use the property that they own, and that actually includes you too. You're actually the property they own under their corporate system that they put in through the Organic Act. And so this is the big lie that's been put on us. And then you have these levels of programs, and you got beings out there. They're saying that we're all that it is. NASA has plotted 600 trillion galaxies. Most of them are way bigger than the Milky Way.
It's interesting there. It's interesting now, Gene, that all these years they've been lying to us that there's 9 planets in our solar system, and now they're coming out and letting us know there's like billions of such planets, and
in the Milky Way alone. Yeah, and not only that, we have 11 planets in our solar system at third density. There's other ones. The time you add up first, second, third, fourth, fifth density, you have 90.
And you know what? We can't see visually. We can't see a fourth density planet because we're not a center.
Are you guys Democrats?
Even am I right? It's like looking at an extra dimensional thing. I've never heard that
first
before.
Density, you can. First,
I'm a queer chaser and beater. Wasn't that what it was from Family Guy when he moved to Texas? What do you do for a living? I'm a queer chaser and beater.
Second density again. So they discovered Vulcan, which is bigger than Jupiter. It's actually a weird planet. It's rocky. It's not gaseous giant. And it's in the orbit of the corona of the sun. And they discovered it first, a mathematician did, through the perturbations of Mercury's orbit. He knew there had to be another planet, massive one there. And so he was able to plot it out, and they actually were able to find it and observe it and take pictures and everything. And so, like you were saying, they keep taking all this information and hiding it from us. There's beings out there.
They read it. People tell it to them. Basically, if you ever, so like most people, if I came to you and I said, I was born in a chamber because I'm a clone of a super soldier. I've been trained to do nothing but kill, but I broke away. I've lived many lives, some on this planet, some off planet, and I would like to reveal to you the secrets of this program. Most people would be like, I need to call the cops. Please stay back. I do have a weapon. Get the fuck away from me. These people are like, oh my God, you too? I just met another homeless guy that said the same thing. Why does this keep happening to me? They just believe everything they fucking hear, man, they don't need any evidence. Someone in my Telegram just said, are these the only real intel guys? No. No one's giving out intel on the internet, because then it wouldn't be intel and they would be felons. No, there is no real person giving out the real intel. It's not happening. I spoke to several higher. Last time we covered Scott, he said you had to be a 4-star general or higher to get Q clearance. Q clearance is for the Department of Energy. Has nothing to do with being a 4-star general. But he was dogging 3-star generals, saying, "Oh, they probably don't even know what is up. We're going to have to move up to the 4-star generals. We had to get a hold of them and see what the real intel is." Wink, wink. There is a whole sect of people that follow this that believe that, the government has these reincarnated, cloned super soldiers who they send, and like Jaco claims to now remember a life that he spent on Mars. Michael Jaco, who just happens to have a YouTube show where it actually engages his viewers, gets him better views, better rating, and he makes more money if he can say that he lived off another planet, just happens to have remembered after he slept last night, oh, I just remembered another life. I was on Mars for a while. I'll tell you all about it in my course. It is $1,849. Use code 17 for 16% off. Threw you a curveball there. Also, you can have a one-on-one 30-minute consultation with me for $2,000 every half hour. Imagine the guy who needed this to bump his viewers, needed this for his new grift, needed this because it fits his narrative, it fits the courses he sells, it fits the people who follow him, suddenly went to sleep having never left the planet and awoke a former Martian. Man, that's wild. What are the chances?
Out there.
About the same as the guy who sells the fucking food buckets for the apocalypse, predicting the apocalypse.
That are billions of years, not just technologically, but spiritually, where they don't, not only they've actually gone beyond telepathic, where they're talking mind to mind. They do what's called kithing, where everything you and I could say in a year, they can give that in a second. All the feelings, all of the emotions, all of where you've been, what you've done, instantly downloaded from one person to the next person, back and forth, extremely fast. And, they know there's only one creator of all that is.
Speaking of downloading, Gene, I got to say another fascinating thing that we're going to learn about in the future, not too distant, is how we sit. And again, this was all cabal planning to keep us busy, to occupy us, so we can't ever stop and think about why we're here. So there will be a time where, from what I understand, there's a spot on your shoulder blade, or maybe the other one is in the back of the head brainstem, where all knowledge can be downloaded instantly, just like
the problem is, it's been proven time and 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 time again that the simplest explanation is the right explanation. So why go through elaborate ruses and building fake this and fake that and setting these people up and cloning these people and doing this? We just it's like the fake plane in Afghanistan. We have enough C-17s that we gave the Taliban 4 of them. Why take a chance not knowing who all's there, who has cell phones, who might record it, who might touch it, who might run up and fucking pop it, who might fuck with it? Why wouldn't you just put a real one there? Drive it down. What? Why? Even if you don't believe the official narrative about New York City, like, you can see a plane with wings flying over New York City on 9/11. We have planes to spare. Why edit it? We're going to edit it in the news later, and then we're just going to post-convince everybody they saw a plane. It'd be great.
The movie The Matrix with Keanu Reeves. There is a way.
Why? Hell, we could have that some bitch remote control
to download all this knowledge, where we wouldn't have to spend our lives sitting in schools while they're feeding us a little bit at a time. Most folks would say, that's insane. You're going to find some spot in a shoulder blade, put some probe on it, and download information. 100%. That's the way it works. We just, like you said, we are living in prehistoric times compared. Right now, I know, as I understand, we are, because of the cabal enslaving the planet with this apparatus, we are right now 300 years.
The reason that they come in here and say, are you a Democrat, or you love Biden, or you're a little whatever, blah, 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 something to do with the left, is they made the choice that no matter what common sense says, what the proof says, what the evidence says, that they want to follow a narrative that makes them feel good. They want to believe what makes them feel better about what's going on. They threw out evidence. They threw out people telling them it's wrong. They threw out their family members. They've divorced their wives. They've fucking went and beat down fucking doors and broke into places. They've taken the steps and made the choices that they are going to believe, no matter what makes them feel good about what they have going on, or about what's currently going on. And they are so deep, they can't imagine anyone else picking a different decision. Like, oh no, we're just going to kind of like look at the evidence. If someone says something, it comes from a secret intel source and blah blah blah. We're just going to throw that out until someone can prove it. We're going to look for more common explanations that are pretty simple. We're going to go through. We're going to fact check everything everybody says. We're going to make sure people are telling the truth and they're not just doing this for fame or fortune. What do you mean? Oh, a Democrat then? Because where I come from, red-blooded Republican Americans just blindly believe people who make them feel good. Okay.
Years
sounds good.
Our spiritual evolution. And just to try to get your head around that, for most people, you want to talk about walking on blind faith or in blind faith. There's nothing more important to go on blind faith for, is to realize that we we have to pull our heads out of our backsides and start working very quickly to understand, because we know the window of that, the transcendence is coming. It's closing. And there's a limited amount of time for people to get up to speed spiritually, to make that leap from fourth density or from third density as the earth makes its transition to fourth, because people will never be able to survive it if they can't get their consciousness high enough. So a lot of lessons I try to push out here in this show.
You got to get your vibrations high, or you're not going to survive the jump from 3D to 5D, except he said 4th D, but 4D is like hell on earth, apparently. You can only be 3 or 5. You can't be 4. You got to get your vibrations high or you'll die. If y'all motherfuckers are waiting on me to ascend, if you're holding out waiting on me to come around, just go. I feel like it's too crowded here already. Just go. I think I'll have a good time as part of the left behind, non-ascended. I'm not changing my mind. Don't slow down on my account. Dial up your little fucking beam me up Scotty phone, or have Jason Q conduct a seance over a pile of freshly printed manuscripts from the CIA, or whatever opens the portal. Just go.
Which I can tell you makes people think that, I'm sure this guy's smoking crack or he's crazy. He's doing mushrooms tonight or something. But it's a reality. It's a hard reality that people are going to have to come to grips. I think it's the most exciting reality. I've never been more energized in my entire life since 2015.
You look at it. Look at them fucking black eyes he's got.
Started making these discoveries on the DUMBs, on the secret space programs, on the non-terrestrial life, on all the things that await us once we take down this reptilian satanic influence on this planet.
Yeah, and getting aligned to Creator and going through the only begotten Son raises the energy to where you need to go. Then all that you need to do is keep your energy there and keep in service to others, and keep respectful, kind, considerate, and helpful, but stand up for the truth.
I'm assuming there's some type of combination of Jason Q printing off CIA manuscripts and flipping his microphone upside down, then right side up, then upside down, then right side up, and then alluding to the Jews ruining his life, that just opens a portal and sucks them all in. I don't know. I'm just going off what I've seen so far.
Wherever you go and do the right thing, then you're good to go. And this is part of why, like you were mentioning earlier, Scott, they've taken out 711 books. 66 is obviously not. If you understand how they work, like I was saying, 10 kilometers, it's actually, I found out it's not 10 kilometers, it's 33,000 feet. That's how they work. They work with satanic numerology and everything they do. So they took and left us 66. They took out 711. Mm-hmm. Why do we have 7-Eleven stores? They're putting it right in your face and laughing at it.
Oh, God.
So some of the oldest books of the Bible, like the Codex Sinaiticus and the Codex Vaticanus, the Dead Sea Scrolls are just a partial. They're kind of beat up. But then you have the Septuagint, which is 250 AD. You have the Ethiopian and Garima Gospels, 400 AD. You have the Egyptian Coptics. All of these books have been in the Vatican since they burned the Library of Alexandria and moved them there before they burned them. And that first 50 miles of that 1,500-mile dome that goes underneath the Vatican, up through Albania, and down all the way to Jerusalem. And then the rest is mostly gold and non-terrestrial craft and stuff they've been taking, and technology they've had for thousands of years, and all kinds of stuff they kept hidden from us. We could have been 300 years ahead of where we were as a society, but 3 million years ahead of if we had been allowed to do like they were, but they keep stopping it. Like they truncated the entire Tartaria timeline and ended it and caused a mud flood and ended that timeline. And
a mud flood
with technology tucked it into this timeline. So there's people from here and buildings here that are from there. And this is what you see. You see all kinds of remnants of past timelines that are being tucked in. Well, now God is causing the Great Awakening. We have this window of opportunity that you spoke of the Great Awakening that's happening. And that's our genetics coming back together and being reactivated. People getting 3 strands started in the 50s, triple helix, TNA. And that's the indigo children. Then you got the crystal children. Some of them are up to 5 already, pentahelix. Some are even starting to assemble beyond that. So these people, they're able to, like you said, get information downloads just like whack. And their pineal are wide open, so they had to pour fluorides into the water system, into the chemtrail, because you get somebody with a pineal wide open. That's literally, it is sacred as heck. It's the third eye. We're a trinity.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to cut you off right there because we're headed for the commercial break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in just a few minutes.
We got a commercial going on, guys.
Be right back, folks.
See what they're advertising. Not very good music. That's for sure.
Listen to Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com. We'll be right back after this message.
Be evasive, but that doesn't mean that they're telling the truth as opposed to fiction. cut the sex west for it. And there were giants in those days. I'm also when the sons of God came to unto the daughters of men, indicating that there were giants before the Nephilim.
And sons of God, plural. We're talking about Jesus coming down.
No, that's right. Yeah.
I'm Steve Crawford, host of Factor 35. Join me every Sunday night from 10 p.m. till midnight Eastern Standard Time on Revolution Radio.
They're just advertising their own radio show? Is that what's going on?
Transcending time and space, let us take you to the place inside your mind where thoughts divide and mysteries unwind. Join us every Monday evening.
This is bad.
Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com from 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And you will catch the Fenton Perspective with our great host, Lorian Fenton. Come listen in as she shares her amazing stories from the past and present, along with all of her guest secrets to the future. That's the Fenton Perspective every Monday evening right here from 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time.
Okay, I gotta skip ahead. I can't do it.
Eliminating to free up humanity to earn their rightful place given to us by our Creator. Folks, if you want to follow the work we do here at Revolution Radio, you can always connect with us at scottmckay.us. That is the website home of Patriot Street Fighter. We are on our 25th and 26th YouTube channels now. I believe they did nuke 23 here. I tried to get on there today. 24 is still in jail. So it's the first time I ever envisioned being in multiple jails at one time. But we are. And
I get in trouble occasionally for bullying Scott. This motherfucker's allowed to have 30 plus channels, violating everything.
Anytime you lose track of one of those YouTube channels, know two things. Number one, all work, including this radio show, gets archived at psfrumble.com. Although Patriot Street Fighter is only two words, Patriot and Street Fighter. PSF seems to make sense. Rumble.com, that'll get you to all of our work. If you want to find the active YouTube channel, scottmckay.us is where you can find anything. Click on a YouTube link. By that time, Ron will have it connected to the current YouTube channel that is operational. And also,
all right,
to the Patriot Street Fighter gear, go to scottmckay.us and click on.
Oh yeah, get yourself a $189 bikini
for the ladies
and a mask that he doesn't believe works.
Basically, a grizzly bear face laid right over top of the tomahawk. PSF mama bears, the ones that are out there taking the fight to the enemies in the school board. You know.
Oh, PSF mama bears. Yeah, that's how we come up with the. PSF Gam Gams or PSF Granny Getters, the PSF Grannies of oh, the Walker. It was the Walkers does it for me.
Everything else, Patriot Street Fighter affiliated, whether you're looking to get a consult with Dr. Kirk Elliott there in Denver for gold and silver, I'd say pay very close attention to that discussion we're having right now, because the economics are certainly pointing.
You're going to need that gold and silver, baby. Economics. Economy.
You can also get access to the new collagen peptides product that Mike Adams has engineered for Patriot Street Fighter brand. He's never done this.
We need collagen peptides for sure.
But likes our work.
I don't know what kind of peptides you already have, but if they're not Patriot Street Fighter collagen peptides, you are wrong.
Laboratory testing than Mike Adams anywhere in the world. And on top of that, the cost of this, if you got it anywhere else, would be 3 to 4 times the cost. But because of the long-term purchasing contracts, materials contracts that he has in place, and they buy in massive volume when you get raw material, the price is passed on to you. In fact, I was talking to one of my friends. I said, how can that?
And the profits passed on to Scott.
Things are costing other suppliers $100 for what we sell. And it's, I think, $25 or $30. So you definitely want to grab the collagen product, because from an anti-aging perspective, internal joints, connective tissue, skin, internal organs, all those things benefit greatly from this type of a protein. Anyways, all that is at scottmckay.us. There is a site being built right now for the tour. It'll let you know exactly where the tour locations are going to be. And I'm just going to quickly run down.
Awesome.
Through that, so you all can hear this.
Here we go. Where are we going?
I want to make a point about the information that our friend Gene is bringing. I have a very important point I want to make. But here's what it's looking like for the new Patriot Street Fighter Tour. 24th of September. That's when it starts. It's looking to be Dallas, Texas, right where they took down the man, and the plan was now initiated from that event. Denver, the 29th.
Oh, JFK. I got you. Well, he's still alive. In case you didn't know, he's actually Q. Your own guest told you that.
That's in October, of course. Elko, Nevada. The 9th, Billings, Montana. The 13th, Des Moines, Iowa. The 16th, Madison, Wisconsin. 20th, Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'll be in Nashville on the 21st through the 24th for the Ty and Charlene Bollinger event there. Huge event, black tie type of event, 4 days. We will be there. I think we might have a Patriot Street Fighter boat parade that may be getting lined up on one of those days that I'm in town. Some people working on that. We're going to be possibly, looks like East Rutherford, New Jersey on the 27th of October.
Definitely have tight skin for Ascension. I heard if it flaps, so that's what I'm really concerned about. Is Scott has a lot of older ladies, and I'm maybe 2 or 3 older men in his community. It is the blue-haired army. So if the skin flaps while you're going through the Ascension gate, it rips it off. So they're going to need at least a few gallons of collagen apiece.
Folks up there in New England have been clamoring for me to get up there. It looks like we're going to make that happen. The 3rd of November looks to be Allentown, Reading area in Pennsylvania, nearby Philly. The 6th, we are going to do Richmond, Virginia. The 10th, Beaufort, South Carolina. The 11th, be a Veterans Day parade, possibly in Beaufort. The 13th, Jacksonville. November 17th, Tampa. The 20th, Birmingham, Alabama. We're going to take about a week to 10 days off over that Thanksgiving holiday. We'll hit
sweet.
On the 1st of December, Albuquerque on the 4th of December, Las Vegas on the 8th. We'll be in Southern California on the 11th. Haven't nailed down those dates, but since Judy Mikovits and an army of Patriot Street Fighters are kicking ass up in Ventura County and Santa Barbara, we may roll that rig right into.
I just wish my vibrations would have been higher, so I wouldn't have lost my house as the veteran he supports and doesn't want to see homeless.
That's what that tour is shaping up about. One point I want to make about the information you hear.
I tried, Scotty.
Some of you folks, this is the first time you hear this information, and it may seem surreal. And all I can do is tell you this. Do I believe 100%? I've seen enough information over time that's corroborated what Gene teaches us on even in non-terrestrial secret space programs. The secret space program information is what unlocked the door that I've been trying to walk through all of my life to get a deep connection to my creator, to be able to know
God
as deeply as I do now.
Secret space program gave him Jesus. Well,
which was my new Bible actually in '99 when I threw God overboard. God knew.
Wait, what?
As deeply as I do now know it, had I not gone on a walkabout for many years studying quantum physics, which was my new Bible actually in '99 when I threw God overboard. God knew.
By the way, when he says he spent several years studying quantum physics, that's all this ascension and how does our emotions affect reality and how to light be. He doesn't actually mean anything that has to do with quantum sciences, okay? He just wandered around thinking about how he's going to ascend. But you threw God overboard before, and now you're doing it again?
As deeply as I do now know it, had I not gone on a walkabout for many years studying quantum physics, which was my new Bible actually in '99 when I threw God overboard. God knew I wasn't throwing him overboard. God knew I needed a long-term journey, a walkabout to help me understand what was going to be brought to me at this point in my life. So that way my belief and my conviction.
He explains his study. I guess he's saying like he thought he was throwing God overboard, whatever. He explains his interaction with, quantum physics and how much he knows about it when he starts talking about, so basically, I was able to heal a ballerina by telling her to increase her vibration levels. And my vibration levels were so high that this ballerina, who they told would never walk again, she dances today, folks. That's how much I know about quantum physics. You want to talk about being in 2 motorcycle crashes and walking away? Sounds like God doesn't want you to ride a motorcycle. I don't know about the quantum physics part, but God's not a fan of you on 2 wheels. This is what it sounds like.
Fiction in my creator is absolutely bulletproof, but there's always information that can be a little tough to get your head around. But you got to remember you've been lied to. Look, I had people reaching out to me talking about -48, the gematria, the Greek mythology tied to the Bible, the constellations, the Mickey Clan covers, all that stuff. I've been told that you're going to lose your audience, this new age bullshit, whatever people have to say to me, it's irrelevant. I don't go by somebody's opinion. I go by where my creator guides me and leads me to. And anybody who just...
So people are reaching out to him and telling him like, this new age hippy dippy bullshit is going to cost your audience. Good. One thing I have noticed about Scott is that he doesn't bounce back like he used to. When he loses viewers, when he gets banned, he doesn't bounce. He used to bounce back in a completely different way. He does not now. Something is completely different. I don't know what. I don't know if he's losing his viewers or what, but something's different.
wants to naively turn away any information. That mindset is why humanity has been enslaved for thousands of years. That mindset is why the children for the last 30 years have been butchered, brutalized, murdered, sodomized, and cannibalized in satanic rituals, because people hear something, they just don't believe it. They don't want to entertain the thought. And anybody who wants to, and first of all, you got to understand, the satanic order has inverted everything good and made it bad, took everything bad and made it good. Especially when you look at the, people don't believe in astrology, astronomy, whatever. My viewpoint is this: everything with me is in play. Why? Because if you can make mathematical or logical sense,
quantum logical,
those movements aren't by accident. When they continually line up in certain ways that opens up realms of understanding, none of that's an accident. Anybody who takes this information and just pushes it aside, you do not believe or understand the full power of your creator. Many people want to drive God's power in very narrow parallels, right? The simple fact is, on a scale of 1 to 100, virtually nothing about our creator. Those people who think that way, less than 1/100% of the reality and power of our creator.
Oh God.
Why? They've kept all these things from us, because it leaves a lot of you still sitting there in the dust. You can't get your head or your eyes out of the darkness to start contemplating other possibilities. So when I get hit with the -48 stuff, I had a lot of people leave the channel. That just tells me something.
Good.
It tells me that these people are not ready, just like those over the last.
That tells me that you're a fucking nut job. What do you mean these people aren't ready? You're a nut job, dude.
Save humanity. That's okay. But if I can encourage you of anything, you don't just dismiss information outright. Because if you truly believe in your creator, you believe in God, you believe in source, Allah, whatever you want to call it. If you truly believe, you're never going to be misguided. I'll read Nietzsche. I will read Mein Kampf. I will read these other
Mein Kampf
aspects of philosophy that I.
By the way, on that previous video we just covered, let me open link in a new tab. We don't have to listen to it, but let me show you a comment. He just said, I will read Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf. I was reading through these comments earlier to see if anybody talked about my basketball head, which I'm very insecure about. Thank you very much, Scott. I sneeze outside, Californians, Oklahoma cops. Mr. McClay, please do not compare Hitler with Trump. Hitler began his quest with noble ideas, but he was either insane or became insane. He used the carrot of free stuff to herd the German people into one particular box and then created division, much like the Social Democrats and rhinos do now. I have Christian clients who were young kids in Germany during Hitler's reign. He went nuts, or was, and controlled it to a means, evil. Make no mistake, FDR aided, abetted Hitler as he was gaining power. FDR was not for freedom. So apparently Scott was got it ruffled a few feathers saying Trump and Hitler were alike. That's a weird statement to make.
Absolutely today don't agree with, but you know what? I still will read those things. Why? Because I need to know what is not of the light, and not to mention that I at least get to entertain my own free will, and I allow not my discernment. I let the discernment of the creator give me the emotional feeling or the gut instinct, the feeling in my stomach of whether something is true or not. But those of you who just outright discount this information, whatever you have to say and whatever you have to think, let me tell you, we've already fought that. We've already had the same thoughts that you did at one point in our lives, might have been resistant. But I would just say in all cases, whether it's -48, whether it's understanding gematria, if you can't see how both sides use gematria to lay everything out in the realm of happenings in this world, you don't understand the game. Can't outrightly dismiss. Go learn for a while. And if you learn and see it for yourself, then you'll say, well, that makes sense or it doesn't. There are things that I can say, I can promise you from Gene's point of view, he doesn't agree with me. But guess what? It doesn't matter who's right and who's wrong. What matters is we share information.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Perspective, and you let the guiding light.
It matters who's right and who's wrong. It matters when you're betting your fucking life on who's right and who's wrong. It absolutely matters. Why would it not matter? You're telling people to do a lot of fucked up shit. Why wouldn't it matter? Of course it matters.
You need to land. So a lot of information I bring on this channel, I don't hold back anything from anybody. If I see something that I don't,
Jesus Christ,
I'll bring those people on this channel and let them have a discussion, because I'm confident my creator is never going to trip me up. You need to have the same confidence in your creator. And if you don't, and you put your hands over your ears and do that whole la, 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 I can't hear anything, you're not serving your creator. Your creator is going to talk to you in many ways. Your creator will show you things to give you a gut sense that, hey, this is not good. This is dark, low energy frequency. This is evil, to show you what that's like so you can avoid it. You got to allow the creator to bring to you in your realm exactly what you need in your lesson for spiritual ascension. Anyways, that being said, I think more and more my audience, Gene, they're not I don't think that they are, should I say, I think my audience acquiesces to the kind of information you're bringing, secret space programs, non-terrestrial life that was created by our creator, who happen to be us billions of years in the future, who are coming back through a time-space continuum.
Oh, is that what it is? Wow, be.
They make sense, but to a Christian that has had a limited realm of exposure, sometimes it scares them. They run away. I just encourage people, don't run away, because you don't want to make the mistake of your creator trying to communicate something to you and you just blindly turned it away because the cabal has effectively programmed your mind. Let all information come at you, pray about it, think about it, tie it to your experiences, and let the spirit of your creator work within you. If you're confident, you will do that. You'll allow those things to happen to you, and then you will know for yourself without anybody else having to lead you down a path. Believe me, when truth hits you and you truly give it a chance, you'll have the validation point you need. And it certainly is metaphysical. Anyways, getting back to where we left off there, Gene, I kind of forgot the point where...
Yeah, Gene, we got to get right back to where we left off within the metaphysical.
What you were saying, you can't put God in a box, number one. Number two, you can't discount things out of hand, or you're falling into the mindset the cabal programmed for us to have your head put in a box too. It's like David Icke said, and going back in, if you understand
David Icke, you guys remember David Icke, right? Icke, they used to call him Icke.
How creation works, with Einstein and Tesla were saying, if you match a frequency, you can't help but get the reality.
Even worse than creator, he keeps calling him source. So when Scott first started this, he was a right-leaning, very angry, like a lot of us conservatives, within the Christian conservative. He talked about God, he talked about going to church, he talked about different things, said he didn't personally go to church, but he rode his motorcycle and he thinks everybody should be in church and this and that. He changed drastically. I don't know who got in there, but I feel like he's got financial support. I feel like he's got protection. I feel like he's got somebody connecting the dots with different people's audiences for him, and they have told him the narrative they want. And it's creator and source, and it's you got to be part of this, you got to do that, we're going to ascend, we're going to be light beings, and you can't put God in a box, and the Bible's wrong, and we're going to do, this is an exact quote, folks, we're going to be the ones doing Jesus magic. Like he left whatever religion he had and found a new one.
That frequency matches. We've been programmed down to a little tiny box, and they've been exploring this massive box.
That's right, frequency healing.
So if you look at the wave function, what they call collapsing the wave function, when they started looking at particles, deciding if like photons or electrons or particles or waves, because they seem to have both properties. They did the two slit experiment, so they have a barrier to that particle with only two slits that the particles can go through. And if you had a wave, you'll see a wave pattern on the back wall that stops all the things there. And if it's a particle, you'll see like behind the two slits a big amount of hits, and then in between where they lap over a little bit of concentration. Well, if nobody wants.
I believe that, Johnny. If you say it with enough confidence and you only go on shows where no one will question you, then he's got a lot of followers there. But obviously some of Scott's people didn't take that shit and told him they were leaving. That's good. I mean, I'm glad some people are waking up and being like, you had this guy on that says JFK is Jesus, and what?
Watches it, you get a wave. But even an electronic eye, which is of course designed by somebody who has a point of view, then you get a particle. So it's called collapsing the wave function, in which what you experience is literally what you put out. And they've been programming us to put out a collapsed wave function that feeds their paradigm, that feeds their new world order timeline into the future of what they want to create. They're still doing it now. And so, getting back to who we are, realizing we're created by creator. We are in the image of creator. We're within our bodies represents the Trinity. You have three eyes, because the third eye, which is your pineal, that's why they're doing.
I got a third eye. It's actually another. Here, I'll show you. I've got brown eyes. My third eye is brown also, but the way that I let people know and distinguish my third eye, it's the one that stinks instead of the one that winks. If you know what I mean.
That to children, because they get that divine elixir, and it's a massive, powerful thing. And so by doing, getting the calcification off, and that literally, if you go right between your eyebrows to the back spot where you can download information, like you were saying earlier, then you have, and then between your ears, the center of your ears, right through, you have a three-dimensional cross. That is literally connects you. If that's wide open, when somebody lies and deceives you, you can see their aura, their energy field dims. You can see shapeshifters.
Who has ever done this?
Have you ever had someone lie to your face and you're like, damn, buddy, your energy field is dimming. I can see you shape-shifting and the center line cross between your three eyes starting to fade. You lying piece of shit. Why wouldn't we just we just use that in like detectives and solving murders and different cases and prisoners of war and secret intel? Why wouldn't we just do that? What do you mean? Their aura dims. You can see it. Their three-dimensional inner cross that crosses through both their eyes, down their nose, and their third eye, you can see it begins to fade away. What are you saying, dude? How did you become some kind of fucking shaman yogi bullshit? What is going on? And Scott took a lot of... I'm not very religious. I'll just go ahead and tell you. I was raised... when I was real young, I was kind of forced and raised. When I got a little bit older, I was kind of shamed. Not by my parents, but by some other people in my life and into doing different stuff. And then I kind of got away from religion. I'm not saying like it's all bullshit or blah, blah, blah. I think some people really need a deep connection with religion, and I personally don't feel like I do. But Scott took a lot of good people that were upset and confused and lied to them and drove them apart from their family, from their friends, from their social media, from the other people they follow, and then finally took their religion from them. When Scott's bubble burst, what's up, Dave? When Scott's bubble burst, they're not going to have a safety net that they probably needed, and that's why they were so... That's why they hung a lot on their religion and stuff anyways, okay? They needed some type of support net. Now, Scott's taken away from them, their friends and family. We've even seen people like getting divorces over this shit. Never speaking to their kids or their parents or their friends and family, and banning anybody who doesn't believe Trump's president still, and this and that. And then finally took their religion and morphed it into something that no one else has but Scott's new religion. And when that bubble bursts, when they come out of there, when they realize it's not true, they have nothing to fall on. A lot of those people will end up snapping or taking their own life or having some type of breakdown because I've been in situations like that. Like, it's easier to do that than it is to go back and say, I abandoned my family and my religion and my friends and my church family and my pastor, and I told everybody they could go fuck off, and I knew I was right and this was the way, and they wouldn't listen, so I banned them and refused to talk to them, and I haven't spoken to my kids. And the overwhelming sense of how wrong you were and what all you gave up for what you now see as nonsense is so humiliating and overpowering. And first of all, they're never going to vote again. They're never going to participate in the election again. They're never going to stand up and protest again. They're never going to let their voice be heard again. That's if they even pull through, because they were so embarrassed the first time around when they made a big splash. So they think the next time they open their mouth and say, oh, I think this guy, we shouldn't vote for this guy because he's bad because, or we should vote for this guy because he's good, that they're going to be laughed out of fucking existence. Second of all, that's if they make it that far. They might end up taking it all into their own hands and finishing it off. I'm really worried about people like that. It's hard for me to have a whole lot of empathy. It's just not something I do with like my PTSD. So I go from worried to kind of mad that they would let themselves get fooled back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But still, I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody. I don't know. It's bad news, honestly. If you know somebody who has maybe a parent or a friend or a relative or something that has disowned you or refused to talk to you or told you to fuck off, they never wanted to hear from you again, and they're down in this rabbit hole, if they ever reach back out to you and maybe they just say, hey, or what's up or something, make sure you answer. Like, it could be a big deal whether you answer or not.
who and what they really are. And so this is why they don't want you to know you have 3 circulatory systems too. We're created again in the image. We have 3 circulatory systems. We have the cardiovascular, we're all told about the lymphatic. Some people realize that.
I'm sure old dad is patting my ass.
Muscles and get out and tense and stretch to get that flowing because it doesn't have a pump like the cardio system has with the heart. They don't even tell you you have an acupuncture meridian system that connects all your organs and all of the energy centers all over the body, like little.
I know what it's like to you still might have people around you and feel like you're alone, and like I've got people in my life that I felt like I was always there for them. I've helped them in different ways and supported them and helped financially, even got some of them jobs and always there for this or that or a fix or a repair or if they just wanted to call them bitch and blah, blah, blah. And then my fucking world fell apart over a couple different things and losing people that were close to me when I was in the service and what's going on in Afghanistan and what's going on with the rest of the world, and I'm losing my house and had to move my family into a camper, and they didn't even call and check on me. Like they didn't even say like, hey, are you alive or what's going on? They're too worried about well, one of them likes to see people fail. That's how she thrives on it somehow. That's how she enjoys her life or makes her life feel better. She likes to see people fail. And like the other ones, they just, I don't know, I guess they're in their own life or whatever, but my whole world was fucking falling apart and I couldn't even, and they knew the situation. It wasn't like I cut off contact. Like I told people like, this is happening. I don't know what I'm going to do. Nothing, no comment, no nothing back. They just pretend like it didn't happen, and they still talk to other people behind my back, like, "Oh, is something going on? Did he get kicked out? Did he find a place to stay? Did they buy that house they were talking about?" They still fucking snoop and creep and shit. Well, why don't you fucking talk to me? Like, what the fuck? Like, I was there for some fucked up shit y'all did. Like some really fucked up shit y'all did when you fucking lying and cheating and shit and kept my mouth shut and fucking never told anybody this or that and was there and bought and spent my last dollar and helped and listened and all this shit. And then like you want to sneak around and fucking ignore me? Fuck you. You think we're fucking family? We're not. You can go fuck yourself. You keep fucking around, you're going to find out how much we're not family.
Servers. And so you have this major system of fiber optics. It's literally a fiber optic that conducts ultraviolet light. So when you sun gaze in through the pineal, then in your eyes, your 3 eyes, it sends this energy throughout your entire body. You're tuning yourself to God. And then there's sacred movements in some of the martial arts I learned of breathing in the breath and the word of God through what is called a breathing hands technique. And all of these things that are hidden that they use to invert our reality. They do it upside down, backwards, and inside out to go to their God, which is not a God at all. He's just a local aberration of a nasty sandbox bully who's just around on this planet. He's not out there in the infinitude of creations. And so we have all these beings coming now to help us get out of this mess that they put us into. Normally they can't do interference, but when you get into a spacefaring race, which they're already out there, they're already doing this stuff out there and they're causing a lot of problems.
Yeah, what's weird is like I want those people because I was there for them. Like I want them to reach out and ask if I'm okay. I would never ask them for help. Like even if they reach out and said, "Hey, can I help you for this? Can I help you for that?" I would never ask them for help. I can't bring myself to it. Like I gotta do it on my own, right? But I still want them to fucking act like they give a shit. Like I don't know. It's weird. It's like that. That's the type of person that only calls you when they want to gossip about another person you both know, or they fucked up really bad, or they've done this, and they always expect you to be there, but they're never going to be there.
Out there. And so now they're going to help, the people of the world stand up and ask and say, we're done. We can't unite as a world because they won't let us unite as a world. So we need to say, okay, as long as you're in the highest interest of all life everywhere, in the highest service to the creator of all that is, then help us in that respect to get our free from this tyrannical fake system that they put on us. And so it's amazing, to realize who we are. Like, not only that, we're literally in the 7 days of creation, you have 6 bodies and 1 Holy Spirit. part of the Holy Spirit that energizes you, the spirit within you. So you have the etheric body, the blueprint for the physical body, the astral or the emotional body, the causal body, the learning body.
I feel like Gene Deco just talks and talks and talks, and it means nothing.
Was that the very advanced non-terrestrial 6th density, 9th density that do interact with ours and do interact in a benevolent way? When I come to learn that their purpose is our purpose, which is to continue to ascend higher and higher until we eventually fold right back into our Creator, the all-knowing.
Yeah, I mean their whole life is based on a lie, like the interactions they have with their significant other, the while their significant other wasn't around, and what happened, and this. I mean, their whole fucking life is a facade and a lie. They got to appear to be this and appear to be that. But I mean, they were always still family. Right up until now, they're talking shit behind my back, and I don't know, stuff like my enemies on the internet don't take swaps at. Like they take swaps at, and I hear little rumors and fucking bullshit from their friends and people who spoke with them, and it's what it is. What it is.
If there are advanced beings out there that far advanced,
it comes in waves, right? Everybody has good days, everybody has bad days. So when I was making all the money, like I was the person that they called and they wanted, and they need help, and they need this, and co-sign for this, and can you do that, and can you do this, and now they're kind of up on their luck, and I'm down on mine, and they kind of disappeared. But it'll come back around again, and that'll be when they contact me again, and they'll need something. And I'd like to say that I'll be really fucking mean and tell them to fuck off, but I don't even know if I can.
And they all have the same I guess, spiritual personal mission to keep ascending closer and closer to God. Well, they can't do it without bringing us with them. It's part of their process to help us. And I realized that if these beings are that advanced, then the whole idea and concept of I knew there was a divine architecture, but anyways, that was what brought me home. That night when that experience happened to me, since that touch on the shoulder came in the middle of the night, I refused to wake up. I kept my eyes shut, and I'm telepathically asking in my mind, is this you? And I didn't know what you meant. Was it a highly advanced non-terrestrial? Like, yes, we are here over.
I didn't mean to skip so far ahead. Scott's talking about an alien encounter he had. Right now, he's cross-eyed as fuck. I don't know what's going on. Apparently, that the being went in and touched his eyeballs. But he's talking about an alien encounter he had. Listen. I'm gonna back up a little bit and see if we can ease into it here.
What is gravity, and what is mass, and what is energy? And when you get down to the really understanding the basics of everything, it becomes quite obvious, and you really go, wow. So that 10-year trip I took into it really opened my eyes too, about how everything shows Creator in everything you do. You have one mathematical constant that is underlying all things that exist, the 5 proportion. And you see that is in everything.
Gene Deco's wife sounds like she wants out of her cage.
The beauty of Creator and the creation of everything relies on
that. I hear her whining.
Sounds like you need to give Barney some attention there, brother.
Yeah, I fixed that.
His wife's name's Barney?
She's outside.
I guess her name isn't Barney after all. I just made that up.
Yeah. That's my wife's dog. She's a little high on the high-strung side. Yeah. My girl just lays at my feet, and sometimes my wife will lay on my feet, but she gets kind of strung out. Gets stressful with this stuff. Like, I don't like it.
Your wife lays on your feet when she's strung out? What's her drug of choice?
Either, Daddy. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't care for it either. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't care for it either. That's why I'm here. Lay on my feet, you strung out bitch. What is happening?
To God's timeline.
Yeah, God's time. I'll tell you what, the most exciting thing that people are failing to understand here is this. Regardless of what we know or what we think we know, and all these things coming at us, it sometimes probably doesn't freak you and I out. We're actively digging for the truth for years. But those people who become somewhat concerned or intimidated, all I can tell you is you should be more excited than anybody.
Lay down right here on Daddy's loafers.
We have a front seat to the greatest events or happenings that are ever going to take place on this planet, probably for the next 100 million years, because we are living through the transition from 3rd to 4th density and watching this happen, watching us make this leap. Now that we're at the dawn of a new age, the golden era, the bliss that comes from the 1,000 years of bliss, making that transition, Revelations, which was meant, or Revelations in the rapture, is not a scary thing. Once again, it's a very beautiful, exciting time. But again, the cabal powers and the Satanists made it sound like it was going to be absolutely hell on earth, like being thrown into the fire. But anyways, Gene, I wake up, it was this knowledge, and it really was going down the path of quantum physics. As I said, that became my new Bible. When I walked away.
Stop saying going down the path of quantum physics. You are lying. You are equating a newfound religion to an actual scientific study. I hate when he does this. I'm telling you, he literally explained what he knew about quantum physics, and it was vibrations and healing through light and all these fucked up things. But quantum physics is not that. It's it tells us that everything's made of waves and particles, and sometimes stuff acts like waves and sometimes it acts like particles, and it tells us like it's in nuance and discrete with how stuff moves and how fields interact and how stuff interacts with the rest of the world. It set out brand new like probability that we didn't know, and how stuff works and interacts with each other. It's not localized as in entanglement, but see, they're taking stuff that applies to like atoms and molecules and these waves and light and stuff that we study, and they're trying to apply it to your stubbed big toe. They're like, oh yeah, well we're entangled from around the world because we both love Trump, and with the vibrations, love moves in a wave, man, and we got to send that wave over the toe. The whole fucking thing, like he hasn't studied, he has not studied quantum physics. He has not. I mean, he just hasn't. Instead, he's taken light energy and love energy and waves of energy, and he's tried to apply them to him fucking healing people and dealing with people, and I don't understand it. I don't know why he keeps using that phrase. Why don't you just come up with a new name for your religion instead of calling it quantum physics? Like or quantum mechanics or quantum anything. Why does everything have to be quantum anyways? The quantum computing system, the quantum banking system, the quantum education system. These are all real things they talk about, by the way. The quantum travel system, the quantum space exploration system. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Away from God. I had already been studying philosophies. I've been studying metaphysics, epistemology, a number of things. Quantum physics became my new Bible, and that was a walkabout that was necessary for me to understand when this time came for me, that when I actually, and quite honestly, it was a secret space program information, all those things that I started to learn about, that crazy pathway that I will say led me right back home to God. Like I was never home with God. I never had that connection. I sat in churches all over the country for 20 years waiting for the big whammy to hit me. And I'm talking by myself, reading from the New and Old Testament 300 days a year for probably 20 years. But I can tell you this, it was this crazy sort of a nomad path of mine that I've been on, my own, this rogue path of my own, but it wasn't my own. I was being led down these pathways of discovery, research, and understanding to finally, when it hit me that one night.
Right here, he's talking about his, I'll back it up 5 seconds. Tony, are you going on after me tonight?
Discovery, research.
You taking Labor Day off?
To finally, when it hit me that one night when I went to bed, I told this story before, I was laying upside down in my bed, sleeping that way for some reason, laying on my right side. And I had asked for certainty that if this is real, this is true. What I learned was that the very advanced non-terrestrial 6th density, 9th density that do interact with ours and do interact in a benevolent way, when I come to learn that their purpose is our purpose, which is to continue to ascend higher and higher until we eventually fold right back into our Creator, the all-knowing, that if there are advanced beings out there that far advanced and they all have the same
I understand, man. Hope she feels better.
To keep ascending closer and closer to God. Well, they can't do it without bringing us with them. It's part of their process to help.
So he was laying in a bed. He was laying on his opposite side and facing away, and he awoke in the middle of the night, and he felt a nudge on his back door. No, his shoulder. I'm sorry. That was a different story he was telling about the night he spent in jail, and he had to be the small spoon. This is the extraterrestrial story. He felt a nudge on his shoulder, and he refused to open his eyes. He refused to look. He refused to do anything. He just felt something nudge his shoulder, and he knew that was a sixth dimensional, ninth dimensional, interstellar travel, galactic federation vehicle entity of God in the quantum, and it was all real.
Us, and I realized that if these beings are that advanced, then the whole idea and concept of I knew there was a divine architecture, but anyways, that was what brought me home. That night when that experience happened to me, since that touch on the shoulder came.
That's kind of, are you saying Mergalons? That's kind of what I call Mariah's meat pillows, mermelons, but that's something different.
In the middle of the night, I refused to wake up. I kept my eyes shut, and I'm telepathically asking in my mind, "Is this you?" And I didn't know what you meant. Was it a highly advanced non-terrestrial? Like, yes, we are here overseeing. Was it God? It doesn't matter what it was. Was it an angel? It doesn't matter. All I know, when the answer came, when I asked, "Is this you?" and I didn't stir. I didn't open my eyes. It's like a dream you don't want to wake up from. You just stay put. And I asked that telepathically, "Is this you?" And my whole body, from every hair on the top of my head, clear to my bottom of my feet, just lit up, electrified, like the most amazing experience I've ever had in my entire life. And I didn't move. I'm like, let this thing happen. Just stay put, let it happen. And I guess that's what you would call a state of bliss, because
that's actually the back part of the story is the same one he was telling about when he was a little spoon in prison. Just stay put, let it happen. Every hair on my body rose up. I felt it slip in. Like that's the same as the one night in jail story, the little spoon story. It's weird that they chose that way to interact with him anally, which you hear a lot about probes, so who knows.
When I say electrifying, it makes you feel like it's a jolt. It wasn't. It was this unbelievable sense of, I don't know if I'd call it physical and spiritual peace, but I can tell you this: the very next day, or that night, when I stirred, and then I just decided I was going to drift. When it stopped, I was going to drift back off into sleep. I knew that I finally, after decades of searching, praying for it, meditating, I had my answer to know that I know that I know, and I've had for the first time.
And I've been out of the closet ever since.
Whole life. Inner peace. Prior to that, I couldn't talk to somebody for more than a couple minutes. I'd start getting nervous. I'd be anxious. I'm like, this conversation isn't getting me any closer to my private jet. This conversation isn't helping me advance business any. And I would try to find ways to back out. Now, because
so Scott's grift now. So Scott's whole motivation was basically he had to have things. So he talks about it, and the way he as passionately as he talks about it, I think he's really talking. I mean, he's being honest. Like, I was going to get a jet by the time I was 30. I was going to be retired by the time I was 40. It was a private jet and this and that. He's talked about this stuff before. So he tried to hustle as a businessman. He was one of those what do they call them, entrepreneur influencer or whatever. Before they were entrepreneur influencers, one of these hustle till you die guys to get everything you want, and he failed because a lot of people don't realize you can work your ass off. You can work your fucking face melting into the pile of your work, and there can still be that luck factor or that timing factor that fucks you out of it. So I don't like guys like that tell you all you got to do is work harder than everybody else around you. Yeah, but there's still luck that comes into that. I don't know how to control it. I don't know how to foresee it, but there is luck that comes in there. There are some people that are just going to get the deal because of this, and some people that aren't. There's some people that do this. I mean, even the people that are at the top, like Gary Vee and Grant Cardone, they talk about some of the weirdest fucking luck shit happening to them. And then they're like, I'm here because hard work. Well, yes, I agree. You work your ass off, but there was some type of luck involved, because I could take another person, put him in exact circumstances you had, and have him work over here, and he would have never run into that guy who signed your first contract or signed your biggest contract or did this or did that. I'm telling you, it's not just working your ass off. I've seen people it just fucking killed, and they just never caught the break. But he failed. Even as hard as he worked, blah, blah, blah. So he fell back on to just settling for a job. Then suddenly, he found he could make more money on YouTube. And now he's not going back to his job. He's quit it. He's going to do this full time. As long as you guys... He has literally told his audience, look, The mission is saving the kids. And I will be here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, working for that mission as long as these donations keep coming in. And if you don't want to donate to me, well, clearly you don't support the mission. Well, what was the mission? Saving the kids? How many kids have you saved? He has literally told people, I'll be here, just keep paying me. And I'm going to, the mission is saving kids. But he hasn't saved any kids. He hasn't seen any kids. I've seen him pose for photos with other people's kids who paid for it. I saw that once. But what do you mean the mission is saving kids? That's your pitch. That's your sales pitch. It has nothing to do with what your mission is. Your mission is to make money and travel around and meet people, I guess. Permanent vacation.
Because I had this sense of peace that came from this track that most people say, that's insane. Well, it doesn't matter if it's insane to somebody else or not. It was a track my creator led me on, so that now having inner peace for the first time ever, there's a lot of things that don't matter to me anymore. A lot of things in the material world don't drive me anymore. What drives me is this deep fighting desire to deliver my own victory for humanity, to rescue humanity in my own way, whatever we're doing out here. But that's the only thing that has now become important.
He never had a desire to rescue humanity. He never had a desire to be a leader of this. He never wanted to be on camera. He never wanted to stream. He never wanted a radio show. He never wanted any of this until he saw he wouldn't have to work no more and make 10 times the amount of money. Then suddenly he has a desire to save the world and to expose the bushes and to ascend with everybody else. And he's going to a different planet. And now he's got to talk to Hurston W. And now he's out here fighting. And if Trump don't make America great again, I will. I'm the backup plan. But you got to sit on your couch while simultaneously being out in the street and making this happen. And what are you doing for me? He said angrily.
To me, and I never thought you could derive happiness, like true inner happiness, from that. But it took that long path and being open and willing to entertain anything trying to figure out God's creation. And that's exactly the way I was led to get to where I am today. So that's why I don't block out information and say, no, I don't want to hear that, because I would have never had that powerful experience. That's why, like I tell people, and you're going to back me up on this, and I want you to expand on it. When people talk about all these things that are going on today and how terrible it is, and the killer jab and all that, people dying, the simple fact is the patriots are in full control of everything. Everything you see happening is being guided.
Then you fucking have blood on your hands. Again, I can't overstate this, so I'm going to say it again. Stop telling me it's a fucking well thought out plan. Stop fucking telling me that the Patriots are in control. Stop fucking telling me that shit unless they're ready to answer for the fucking lives lost, the people who took their own lives, the soldiers overseas, and my goddamn legacy being destroyed that I left in foreign countries because you just abandoned them like a little fucking bitch. Stand up. Take responsibility. You're in control. Let's do it. People losing their jobs and taking their fucking lives. Suck starting fucking pistols and shit. Let's go. Tell them how it worked out. Oh, this is just a bad time we got to go through to see how bad Biden is. Fuck you. Your plan sucks, and you will be held accountable.
And dictated by how the Patriots are conducting this wake-up operation on humanity, and I'm going to let you take it from there.
So yes, what's going on is literally a change, like David Icke says, a change in the tide. A change in who runs this place. Are we going to allow the Satanists to run
Now he started calling him David Icke. He was calling him David Icky earlier.
Anymore? Are we going to allow for God to step in for 1,000 years? That's God's years, not ours. That's 1,000 years to the day. 1,000 years of ours is one day for God's. You got to say 1,000 squared times 365 days in a year. We stand up for this, and our great on down the line grandchildren will have an existence like we see out there that we're talking about, where we become.
I mean, like, the U.S. is bad, and we're taking casualties, and people are losing their fucking jobs, losing their life. There's never been a greater wealth transfer from the lower and middle class to the upper class ever than at this point in time. But I've also got people that watch from, like, Australia and shit. The U.S. ain't got shit on over there. They fucking got decontamination tents outside, and they can't leave, and they can't do this. It's lockdown after lockdown after lockdown after fucking lockdown. They're being lied to, and the military's in the fucking streets. Like, somebody's going to answer for that, too. Remember? The Patriots are in charge of the whole world.
a truly aligned and service to God species out in the stars across creation, helping others. They're going through what we went through a million or billion years ago, like we're going through now. So they've gone through this. They've thrown off this yoke of oppression that goes all over and wants to create destruction and death. We need to stand up, and to do this, we need to have each other's backs and to put Creator first. It's real simple. This jab and this stuff they're doing, this is their end game. This is their last play. We defeat this.
You fucking put a goddamn UV or a goddamn decontamination tent outside my fucking house. I'm going to decontaminate your blood with direct sunlight.
They're done. The dumbs are mostly gone. They've actually lost the major big ones now, and most of the main all the submarines and all of that stuff that goes under the continents and all of that, where they pull up. Their idea is to pull a nuclear sub in and hook it up and supply the power for the dumb for the next decade or two. All that's now in the U.S. is alliance control. A lot of it in Canada, a lot of other places. The Vatican dumb's gone. They've got that. They found the one that goes from they removed the gold from the Vatican dumb. Found another one that goes all the way to Switzerland. That they're looking at that probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 30, 40, something in their area, $septillion in gold. This is kind of wealthy.
There's not that much gold in the fucking world. If you take all the gold that has ever been mined, this is including that's already been used and scrapped and in computer parts and set in people's houses and in jewelry and in cars and in chips and in phones. If you take all the fucking gold that has ever been mined in the world, it doesn't fit your first bullshit story. It's about 1/132nd of what you would need. And now you've got another tunnel that runs from the Vatican to Switzerland, and it's got some septillion number in it. Okay. Makes sense. Start the payments.
Pigeoned out of us. They pigeonholed all of this. Imagine that kind of...
And it's even worse, the people at the top, the way they're hypocrites about it. I mean, Nancy Pelosi and her hair, she claims it's a setup. Joe Biden and his stupid shit, checking his fucking watch during the goddamn transferring of the bodies. Like, they're hypocrites about it. The fucking French Laundry restaurant where at least one politician per month goes for some reason. Like, this is all fucking bullshit. Like, the least they could do is suffer with us, bastards.
Having that amount of all the things you need in life. If you don't worry.
Yeah, we got to get a new word. I think, like, at first I was convinced I was going to take Patriot back and say fuck you guys. Now I don't think we can save it. We got to get a new word.
About how to pay this bill or how to pay that bill or what am I going to do to put food on my table? You have to go a little low so your kids can eat. That is literally a depravity. It's a crime against God's creation. We would have had an abundance, and that abundance is there. It's there. It's just been hidden away from us. And so imagine where you could go to a store. You walk in, and they greet you and go,
"That's rough, Huntsman."
Bag of groceries, walk out. You don't pay for anything. There's so much of everything everywhere. Everybody does what they love.
Hey, Huntsman, did everything else work out with, like, you and your wife, and you had some other family, and there was like a spat kind of on social media? Did everything work out with that? I didn't hear the end of it.
Farmer brings it. You don't need to pay because everybody does what they love. There's so much abundance of everything you need. You can print out most of the hard materials, gold and diamonds and iron and steel, and that can be printed in a printer. They do it in the programs. And so if you eliminate all of the need for stuff, what's left? That's why they trade us out there, because you can't print us.
Let's expand on that, Gene, because most people don't understand, or they never even heard of the replicators that are out there. And when Gene says that you shouldn't have to pay for anything, the first mindset people acquiesce to, and that is that, oh my God, he's a socialist. You know what? From my whole course experience in that realm of politics, or even economics or philosophy, certainly not a socialist. There's only one instance in my world that I would be an avowed socialist, is in God's creation of the way it's supposed to be. This is a planet of abundance. And like you said, I mean, I asked this question a million times, not quite that many, I'm exaggerated, but where's all the gold? We've been mining it for thousands of years. Where the hell's all the gold? But when it comes to having everything.
You're talking about universal basic income.
You want a new car? Boom,
where else do you want to go?
Right out, no time. It can replicate a cheeseburger. You can replicate.
Yeah, I figured. I figured that's why you maybe hadn't posted about it, or I didn't see it, Huntsman. I'm sorry about that.
People want things that are scarce. It's like when girls, trying to get the attention of a guy and he's not really interested. What does that mean? That means she wants that connection even more. Vice versa. A guy is a girl that really doesn't pay attention. It's like a scarcity of something that you really want it more. If it is any material things, the more scarce it is, the more people want it. Only select people have this thing. So that's how they set this planet up, is in a planet of scarcity versus abundance. If you could have anything you want, and you actually went out and did that, you got yourself in a material world, make it houses, cars, your own private plane, whatever you had. At some point, you're going to realize that you still feel hollowed out. That's why you have a graveyard around Hollywood with all these people who had fame, fortune, cars, money, women, men, anything they wanted. But there's a graveyard full of them because their souls were hollowed out. They bought completely in the matrix. There was not enough. They couldn't get enough to fill that bottomless pit in their spiritual soul because they were focused on the wrong things. If we had a planet,
by the way, Scott also just
they were going to have a planet that there's
suddenly started claiming that he was also the very desired Hollywood actor that no one had ever heard about, and he was reading lines with famous actresses, and he just stood up in the middle of it and said, "You know what? I can't do this. This place is going to own me. It's going to destroy me from the inside out. I got to leave here. I can't do this." Same thing with his political career that just disappeared when he was trying to run for some type of office. Then he's like, "I can't do it until I'm my own man, until I own everything, and I'm a millionaire, and then I'm going to Washington." But they begged him to come back and stay. Same with Hollywood. The whole thing doesn't make sense. I have one more video. Fuck this and Gene Dig Code. Fuck them both. I have one more video I thought was pretty cool. Rita sent me this video, and it has nothing to do with grifters or whatever, but it's a cool video. It is a truck that her husband, I think someone else is working on it in this video, but it's her husband's truck, like a three-wheel motorcycle that was made out of a VW. This is someone else working on it, I believe, but still.
So would you like to explain to the audience what
Look at this.
what we're doing?
This POS guy got a hold of me, had a really bad knock, and it smoked real bad. That motor. So he had this motor and that motor, said, yeah, out of the two, they're good, put it together. That one's got a hole in the block. This one put it all together, put it on, flywheel was the wrong size, so it started grinding into the tranny, or bell housing. Got a hold of a guy in Detroit, and
it's a cool motorcycle. I mean, it's half Volkswagen, half motorcycle.
Just go down and buy a brand new crate motor. Put in it, comes with 6-month warranty owner. So, good plan, went to hell fast.
See if we can see it again.
One's a stock 1600. Now that one's got a full flow filtration setup on it. Okay, so this would run to a oil filter of some sort that you can. I might and cylinders.
I'm going around swapping for motors. There it is. They put a motor in it. I just thought it was a cool video, and it came basically from our community. They got a cool time lapse building the motor out. And they put it in. But like I said, it's a truck with full. It's got all the forward gears, of course. It's got reverse. It's got a little Volkswagen air-cooled motor on it. He backs out of the garage here in a minute. Here it is. Here they are starting.
Timing. Yep. Damn. God, we suck. Drive. See how that goes.
Yo, check that thing out. Isn't that cool? It's like I don't know, it's like a chariot. That thing's pretty cool. It's 2 seats in the back. Jockey shift. That's pretty sweet. Got reverse on it. It's cool. I mean, and Rita said it was her husband's like pride and joy. It's cool. There it goes. Looks like a Volkswagen from the ass end. He found Mustang Medic. He's out here working on motorcycles. That's cool.
Oh, what do you think?
You know, as ugly as this is, it really keeps a lot of wind from hitting you.
Yeah?
Nothing comes up from underneath.
Huh.
It's really not bad. Well, picked it up yesterday. Yeah, picked it up yesterday. Blown motor, fucked up motor. Went and picked up a new motor for it. Got it all back together.
Give it a thumbs up next time.
Anyways, it's pretty sweet. She also sent along this picture, which was what he later ended up with. I'm pretty sure she told me about it, but I don't have messages open right now. But that's a small block Chevy. I can tell right there. That's a small block Chevy underneath it. So that's a V8 sitting there on that truck, which was bad as shit to begin with. Yeah, that's definitely a Chevy motor. Probably a 350. I can't tell you. I mean, it could be a 305. That's a small block Chevy sitting there, and I guess that's the one that he ended up worked his way up to. That's a pretty cool bike as well. It's even got, I guess, like a little truck bed. It's pretty sweet. But anyways, I wanted to show that. She sent it to me. I appreciate you sending it in. I thought it was pretty cool. Thank you for sharing that with us, Rita. I guess that's it for me tonight, guys. Thank you. Dark Matters returns. That was interesting. Season 2's been fucking wild. I told you. You guys can check out the video on the bridge. Make sure you're in. Send me a message if you want to join Telegram. Right. Make sure you stay informed. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a camper tour. I think of the inside. I don't like people knowing, like, seeing the outside and shit. I'm just weird. I'm sure you could find me if you really fucking wanted to. I'm just weird about showing it. But yeah, stick around. Check out the video of the guy on the bridge. That was pretty interesting. The cops just gave him a talking to. Told him it was railroad property. Told him it was trespassing. Told him it was dangerous and let him go along his way. You can check that out. That's on the channel. It's a short I did from today, a live stream for, I don't know, 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you for joining us tonight. Let's see. Donations. Dark Matters returns the $100. Sarah tipped $100. Keelan tipped $50. Char with $20. Katie with $25. I think that was all tonight. Dreamweaver was... Oh, Katie was probably last night. It doesn't matter. Anyways, thank you for those donations. Over on Buy Me a Coffee, let me check out those. Let me refresh them. We had C-Chick with 6-packs. C-Chick with 6-packs twice. TCEngleman.com. Joel at Suko from Tokyo. McDaniel, Jeanette, and Dreamweaver was from yesterday, I'm sure of. So thank you for those donations. I do appreciate it. Thank you for joining us tonight. I've got a link I'm going to drop. It is from, sorry, I just saw something funny. It is, if you missed, Tony was supposed to do Mafia Mondays tonight, but he's got stuff going on. So if you missed last week's Mafia Monday, there's the link to it. I just dropped, oh, that's not the right link. Anyways, let me grab the link again. That was a Facebook link I dropped. But here is Tony's Mafia Mondays. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. You can check that out. I'll play some outro music. Again, we'll be back tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Or I'm sorry, between 8:30 and 9. I try to start at 8:30. I don't know, my mind wanders and I get sidetracked and I don't know. Anyways, be here at 8:30 waiting for the show. If you're in Telegram, you get alerts. If you're in Discord, you get alerts. If you're on Facebook, of course, you get alerts. So make sure you have notifications turned on if you want those notifications. I'm going to do some shorts tomorrow. I'll probably do an edited version of this video for a teaser and the camper tour, and we will see you tomorrow night. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. And we'll see you guys on the next one. Have a good night.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up. And here we go. I think I started some shit. Yeah. Get some office about to get lit. Get the place in the best. You know that stage.
I don't believe David Icke at all. I think
I think he was failing and losing popularity, need a way to make himself popular. I don't believe him.
And Mars in the house. Hey. The song, the jab, pine needle tea, underground DOMs, save the children. Social security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel, Medbed, martial law. 1745, 10 Days of Darkness, digging tunnels, Dogecoin, the evergreen. 19, Vaseline, boom. All right, here we go. Here we go. Well, Johnny, you can go to Mommy's basement. The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Pump it out.
We are now the news. Hey.
Teach me how to ducky.
Hey.
Baby like.
What?
Will you teach me how to ducky? You know why? 'Cause all my bitches love me. All I need is a beat that's super bumping. And for you, to back it up and dump it.
Pump it out.
Put your arms out front, clean side to side. They gon' be on you when they see you hit that Dougie, right?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody fucking with my bro from Morningside. He go by Bubba and he hits the dance with thunder.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my Dougie. Break it down.
你好吗？真长你很高兴，这边快乐没过来。
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
I ain't from Dallas, but I deep town boogie. I show my moves off now, everybody trying to do me. I lead our functions and all the ladies trying to screw me. Now you just do you and I'ma do me.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
Word.
Teach me how to ducky. Teach me how to ducky.
All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. All my bitches love me. You ain't fucking with my Dougie.
This is a really hard job. Literally.
Help us.
Say what?
You got both remixes tonight, guys. Thank you for joining us. Check out Tony's video if you missed last week's Mafia Monday. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it, and we will see you guys on the next one. Have a good night. Thank you for all the donations. We had a decent night tonight. It's pretty good. Thank you.
Prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot that multiplies. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Fist, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back. I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now. I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Step black, fetish shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker. Hop in. Welcome back at a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. But trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain. Back to work and goddamn, I can feel the change. Side of the coin, I'm paranoid. At the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days, darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me. It's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this: who the fuck are you, and who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all His prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live in the mood so fast, and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions, but where the fuck is the light in my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage, so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days, darkest days.
Guys, thank you for joining us. We'll see you on the next one.